Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator, actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. What is madness? Madness is my life. My name is Aoi. I am 19 years old right now due to poor health. I don't study and don't work. I don't have friends. I don't communicate with anyone except my parents. But then they died when I was 13. Only my elder sister May is what remains of the family besides myself. She is my complete opposite, beautiful, intelligent, and gets along well with people. We live alone together, but May is studying at a prestigious academy, so she's often not at home. Time flies and I sit idle, doing absolutely nothing. I can fall and stay asleep for 2 days, but sooner or later it is time to wake up. And everything starts in a new way. It's strange, but I never wanted to change anything. There were no aspirations or goals. It all suited me. I didn't have to worry about the means of living either. It was provided by the government. Yes, in our time they took care of garbage such as me. I feel sorry for myself sometimes, but only ever so often since it disturbs me. If I look around, there are those who are in a worse situation. The only difference between us is that they want to change something when I do not. Why? Maybe I just wasn't strong enough to do it. No, that's nonsense. I have strength, just no desire. But how to develop it, that desire? I needed a moment to look at what remained for me after my parents' death, to see how one day is like another. I wake up and head to the washroom, have breakfast, and then keep idle all day long. How do I fix it? How do I break out of this vicious cycle? I couldn't see how. Is there really no way to? No, there truly isn't. Alas, the truth. Well, let's look at this from another side. It isn't so bad. I live in abundance, eating, sleeping, watching TV. Is all of that bad? Of course not. So, what's my problem? Is it in me? In people? In my sister? Because of my worthless life, she suffers more than me. It sure seems that way anyway. No, it has to be the case. There was no way I wasn't the cause for her poor life. But how do I know for certain? I couldn't know. Really, there was no way. Yes, really. Or I can not know. Yes, I can just ask. But I wouldn't be able to. I'm so ashamed of myself to do it. It's morning now? No, it's actually noon. There's noise from the front door. Is somebody coming? Someone? I think so. Maybe not. Maybe it was the wind. But perhaps it's actually my sister coming home. It really is. Just May. Nice to see you, Ayoy. Hello. Although she looked cheerful, I could read contempt for me in her eyes. Did you wake up long ago? Not really. Have you eaten? No. Why? I'm not hungry. I'll eat later. Okay, well, how are you? Did you take your medicine today? Yes. She's been talking longer than usual. Her words sounded beautiful and confident. Not at all. Like mine. I didn't answer for most of her questions. I didn't ask anything either. It wasn't an interesting conversation for me. But then she suddenly asked, "Do you ever think about changing your life?" What? Change? She said, change. What do I say? I didn't expect her to ask this question. Why? Why is she asking? Please, tell me. I don't know how to answer. Have you really never thought about it? I have. You want it to change? I don't know. Would you like to try? I don't know how. If you want to try, take this card of a place called New Life. They can help you. Help me? New Life? What is it? They have new technology for rehabilitation. Maybe they can help you start a new life. You just have to try. I don't know if I can do it. You have the means for your wish in your hand. All you have to do is go there. They will help you. No, I don't want to. It doesn't sound like a place for me. I said this with anger and confidence. Then so be it, sis. If you don't want to, then I will not force you. This is good, I guess. I mean, I can go there some other time. It's not like they're only open today. I could, think about it for a couple days. There's no reason why I have to do it like right this second. Like, there's no rush. Do you want to walk with me? Where? And for what? Do you really need to have a reason for a walk with your beloved sister? No? That's what I thought. We'll take a walk for some fresh air, and at the same time we'll stop at the store since we need to buy some stuff. You want things to cook for lunch? Maybe. May made a sly smile. I don't like it when she doesn't reveal the whole truth, but other than this, I would be doing nothing. So I kind of would like to go walk. Okay. While these are Japanese names, I feel like May, Aoi, is me and I. So there are chances that, this is just one person talking to themselves, and we're not twin sisters. I'm afraid to walk alone, actually. Only the presence of my sister gives me confidence to go on them. I got myself ready, and soon we went on our stroll. We went to the center of the city. It was full of people and cars. Sister was cheerful. Walking together clearly gave her pleasure. Can't say it about me, though. Every time I looked around, fear would take a hold of me. So I kept a grip on my sister's hand. May didn't restrain herself and asked, "Are you not comfortable?" No, all these people scare me. Try not to pay attention to them. They won't harm you. I promise. They have their own stuff to deal with and don't even look at you. I looked around. Everyone truly was in a rush and never glanced at me. You're right. You see it. There's nothing to fear. Come on, smile. A reluctant smile spread across my face. That's nice. I love when you smile. It's a pity that this happens so rarely. I felt a little awkward, so I decided to quickly change the topic. How goes your studies? I'm so glad you're interested. In truth, not everything is going smoothly. What happened? I'm disliked by one teacher, and so he's always looking for a reason to underestimate me. It all started when I refused to participate in city competitions, which he did not like very much. He said that every student should be ready to defend the honor of the academy. Why did you refuse? Do you not like these competitions? I would like to take part in them, but if I do, I'll see you even less. What? May did it for me? I can't believe it. Why? But why? Why do you care to be with me? We hardly talk, and I'm not interesting to you. That's not true. The time I spend with you is my favorite. It was strange to hear this from her. I always considered myself a problem. Without me, my sister would be living a happy life. I'm only stealing her time of happiness. Perhaps she only said so I can calm down in our walk. I took a look at May. She's smiling and looking back at me. With her smile so sincere, she isn't lying to me at all. So what's special in me after all? I'm just a non-entity, a nobody, and I don't bring any benefit. My thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice calling May by name. Hello, May! Some girl came up to us. She's wearing the same uniform style as sister. Maybe they studied together. Damn it. Why now? Oh, Kaya. What are you doing here? I'm heading home after my club. Didn't expect to see you here, though. Are you walking, and who is that with you? Yes, today I left early from the academy so I can go on a walk with my sister. She's your sister? You two are so much alike. Yes, we're twins. Aoi, meet Kaya. We study together. Kaya, this is Aoi, my sister. Nice to meet you, Aoi. May told me so many interesting things about you. I didn't think I would ever get to see you. Just look at her nasty face. Gah, why is this happening? We were walking so well together until she appeared. Hi. Noticing nothing occurred to me except how to say it. She's a little shy. Please don't ask her many questions. Oh, okay. Do you want to walk with us? Yeah, sure. What? Why did she suggest it? That girl was about to leave. I felt intense anger and irritation towards this girl. I was walking so well with sister until she appeared. Why did this have to happen? May, have you decided what you'll do with a hero-sensei? Not yet, but I'll definitely come up with something. It must have been about the teacher who underestimates sister, so she told Kaya that too. Probably. They are friends after all. I really hope not. Why does our inner monologue yell at us? They walked in front as I dragged them behind, looking at their backsides as they talked. Sister was lively and cheerful as I have ever seen her, yes. May is much more happy with that girl than she is with me. Bitter resentment burned hot inside of me with that thought. I mean, if I just walk into traffic, I'm sure everyone will be happier. They probably wouldn't even notice. I didn't know what upsets me more, the appearance of this nasty little girl, or my sister's lie earlier of enjoying being with me. All I wanted to do now was hurry home and fall asleep, but I couldn't just leave like that. I was afraid. I mean, getting hit by a car would be a faster way of leaving. The only thing I could do was to be here with them, to look at this sweet couple and envy their bond. Finally, Kaya said, "All right, I have to go. It was nice to see you. See you soon. See you tomorrow. Bye." Kaya is finally gone, but I already did not care. Sister looked at me and said, "You were waiting for her to leave, weren't you?" What? I cannot admit to my sister that I was disgusted by that girl, but then again they lively laughed and talked. Which one troubled me more, that girl or my sister ignoring me? I don't know what you mean. Come on, I saw it all. You really didn't like that my focus was all on her. I bet you were really mad at me. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, but I had to do it to divert her attention from you. Believe me, I didn't like it either. But you looked so happy next to her, unlike with me. So it may seem at first glance, but it's not true. I don't believe you. Perhaps. Right now you don't really understand, but I'm ready to wait. Let's go home. Yes. I grunted that under my breath. When we got home, I locked myself in my room. From resenting my sister, I wanted to cry and scream. But I restrained myself. I had to. Stupid. Stupid sister. And why does she tell me she loves me if it is not so? It's finally getting dark. Night is coming. I'm Batman. Hello. I fell asleep, but it wasn't for long as I woke up in the middle of the night. I tried to make myself fall asleep again, but to no avail. While I was trying, in every way to drift off into the sweet realms of dreams, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could it be at such a time? Can my sister go and check it out? I would like that very much. Unfortunately, she's a heavy sleeper. Fear shrouded me. I really did not want to go to the door, much less know who was there. Maybe they'll think no one's home and leave? But the doorbell didn't stop. 5 minutes later and I'm still trembling with fear, but I decided to look through the peephole. Maybe it's one of May's girlfriends? All my hopes were for that. Gathering my thoughts, I got out of bed and walked down the corridor to look at the little peephole on the door. My feet felt like stone, which made it hard to properly walk, and my heart was beating so fast that it almost seemed to jump out of my chest. But finally, I was at the door. Gently pushing the lid off the peephole, I leaned against it and began to look. I mean, I saw that image flash across it real quick. I don't know if it's gonna, happen again. Probably timed with the prompts of when I click on. To my surprise, there was no one there, but the doorbell didn't stop ringing. I took courage and asked, "Who's there?" But instead of an answering, the door shuddered as if someone had hit it with their hands, so hard that it could have been knocked down. I was so terrified as I rushed down the corridor to my room. I quickly closed my door and sat on the floor beside it. 1, we should have ran to our sister's room. 2, we should probably, get out our gun. Sounds gradually subsided until there was utter silence, but the quietness was even more alarming. God, my heart was beating like crazy. It beats in the silence overtook my hearing. They were so loud, the loudest I have ever heard. Fear and helplessness enveloped me, and crippled. I could no longer hold back the tears I was fighting this whole time. All of a sudden, darkness encased my vision. I fell asleep. Underwater, apparently. I was out for 5 hours. When I woke up, I was already much better, despite the fact that I was in my pajamas on the cold floor. My back hurt quite a bit after that. After tidying myself up, I went down to the kitchen, where there was a note from May. She was tired of trying to wait for me to wake up, and therefore went to the store for sweets. If you wake up without me, try not to be bored. That's how she finished her message. May is not the person who just sits around, that's for sure. Stupid sister, you can't pretend you need me forever, right? I became very angry at May once again. Good morning, sis! Sister's voice distracted me from my reasoning. I was a little confused. Why are you not at school? I just wanted to be with you. Don't lie to me. Well, fine. In fact, today the academy turned off the water and classes were canceled. Of course, there were still other minor problems, but they were resolved quickly. No one can relate so calmly to problems like May. What about Kaya? What about her? And again a wave of malice covered me. Are you still angry at yesterday's walk? Don't remind me. Hey, maybe we can eat something. I don't understand why I didn't refuse. Usually when I'm in an apathetic state, I won't do anything that my sister says. But today I did. And so we sat down at the table. Sister pulled out sandwiches that she made in the morning and gave me flavored tea. And for some time, we sat there in silence as we enjoyed the delicious food. But like a switch, tears suddenly burst from May's eyes. Do you have any idea how this hurts? It hurts when you have feelings for a person, but they push you away and don't appreciate anything you do. Is she talking about feelings for me? Well, you have no idea how painful it is for me to live like a shadow and not know what you're doing as we're far away. Are you still mad at me because of Kaya? Did you think I could just forget? Yes, it still bothers me. You pretend as though it's not a problem. Maybe there is a problem, but only for you. As I said, you're just not able to accept it. Yet. At first, it might have seemed that my sister was trying to establish contact and to lighten my mood, but now she is again pressing me and hurting me. This conversation was like a huge knife that May had thrust into my heart. I felt a great disappointment. In the end, she really was talking about her feelings, which made me feel bad. Yesterday there was no way I could talk to Kaya. I had left her alone with May, but she was so friendly, and Sister was so happy too, that it shocked me the most. I thought a little before continuing the conversation with my sister, but I couldn't admit that my head was starting to hurt from it. And also, I told you not to wake up so late. You're always in a bad mood when you do. And by the way, Kaya says hello to you. Her name was like a crack of lightning in a clear sky. It was so difficult to have a long conversation with her. Now I was even more convinced that talking with her would not lift my spirits and improve our relationship. Listen to me, May. No, I couldn't say it. If I was pleased that I could just look at her from afar, even when she was talking with Kaya. You want to tell me something, don't you? It was clear in her eyes that she didn't doubt her words. Seeing that I was hesitant about what to say, she felt the need to continue the conversation herself. I love you, Aoi. I couldn't stand those words and ran into my room. I love you, Allie, as if this phrase freed her from something. Or maybe she was thinking too much about something else. If only she could see what's going on inside of me. It's a pity. It's impossible. And it finally looks like a relationship has gone bad. 2 hours later, I lay on the bed as I looked at the ceiling, gradually recovering from earlier. My throat was dry and I really needed to drink water, but the thought of leaving the room and seeing May again made me nauseous. In spite of my dislike for my sister at the moment, I nevertheless gathered my strength and left the room. To my surprise, my sister was not at home. Did she go to the store again? This time she did not leave a note. One voice message 30 minutes ago. After drinking water, I was about to return to my room when I noticed that there was a voice message on the phone. Without thinking, I turned it on. May, I'll be waiting for you in classroom number 6 after classes. Don't be late. This is Kaya's voice. What does she want from my sister? How often do they communicate at school? These questions just kept pouring in my head. If only I had the opportunity to influence things. How I wish May was only mine. Sweet thoughts flooded in my mind. I continued to dream about how me and my sister live in a world where only we existed. In a world where we will understand each other. And this annoying Kaya will not be in it. Remembering that nasty girl, my good thoughts evaporated. What a shame that all of this is just a dream, and never come true. From my own powerlessness, tears began to swell. What can I do? Absolutely nothing. Kill her. Well, that escalated. I'm doomed to a miserable existence, while all sorts of carefree girls have fun with my May. All that I can do is sit in my room and feel sorry for myself. Oh, how I hate this world. Why is it so unfair to me? What makes me worse than others? If only I had a chance to be the best person on earth for my sister. If only there was a chance. Allie, how are you? I miss you so much. If you miss me, why do you rarely come to see me? I would like to come to you more often, but the doctor doesn't allow it. He says you need peace and quiet. You're lying, you just have no time. But whatever, I understand, you have your own life. There's no need to spend it on someone like me. What are you saying, sis? I'm always glad to be with you, because apart from you, I have no one. We're family. Then why can't I live with you? Take me away from here. I feel bad here. Just wait some more, Allie. The doctor says you'll get better soon. He's lying. You're all lying. I hate you all. I don't want to listen to all this anymore. Calm down, Allie. You need to try to be patient a little more, and you'll be back home soon, and then no one can separate us. I love you, sister. I love you too, May. Oh, no. The doctor is coming. Well, I gotta go. No, don't leave me alone. No. Allie? Were you a bad girl again? You can't talk so rudely with an older sister. I will have to punish you. Did you take your medicine today? Oh, again, memories from the hospital. They taunt me ever since I returned from there. A couple years ago, my condition worsened greatly, and doctors had decided to put me in a local mental hospital. There I was very bad. Doctors constantly mocked me, while my sister very rarely visited me. Being there, it was as though I was at the bottom of a huge pit, in the mud, helpless and alone. The doctors in that hospital are just awful, real psychos and sadists. They stuffed me with various medicines, which sometimes made my illness worse, and if I refused to take them, they would beat me, deprive me of food, and lock me in a basement of sorts. Once, when they wanted to inject another batch of this poison, I began to resist and scratched the doctor's face. He got very angry and ordered me to strip and started beating me. First with fists, and then with a leather belt, and then with a baton. Yes, they even have batons there to tame especially riotous patients. When the doctor finished beating me, I did not have a single living place on my body that was not bruised or bloody. Then I was injected with medicine and thrown into the basement. It was dark in the basement. My whole body ached as I was lying there on the cold concrete floor. I could not think properly from the pain and medicine. Thoughts seemed to run away from me. I could not understand whether I was alive or not. Owie, come to your senses. What? Who's there? It's not important who I am. What's important is who you are. I don't understand what you're talking about. You suffer so much, my poor Owie. I have heard your misery. Am I dead? No. You are still alive. Why do these people treat me like this? And where is my sister May? I want to see her. Are you sure you need her? She lives a carefree life and only occasionally remembers you. She comes to visit you for some 10 minutes. Who needs such an older sister as her? May is not like that. She cannot visit me, often because the doctor doesn't allow her. And you believe that? I mean, the doctors aren't exactly very nice people. Yes, May, along with this doctor, has hidden you here to get rid of you and live a normal life, a life without the crazy, sick little sister of hers. No, it's not true. All your life, you have been a burden for her. And once the moment rose for her taking, she immediately got rid of you. I bet it gave her pleasure. You have poisoned her life, and now she has managed to return to the same coin to you. Only now everything is much more serious. From here, you will never leave. No, how do you know? You can't know everything. Just who the hell are you? I'm your friend. Your one and only friend. In this cold alien world. Are you also locked up in here? Are you a patient too? No. Then who are you, a ghost? Everything is much too complicated to explain. Cthulhu takes many forms. Just believe I do not wish you harm. I am here to help you. I have brought pie and Pepsi. And how are you going to help me? I just said with Pepsi. I can tell you the truth. Everyone's like, but you're drinking chocolate milk, Lunar. Yeah, I know. I need to get some more Pepsi. I can tell you the truth. Tell you how the world works around you. I don't need all this. I just want to be at home next to my sister. Next to my dear older sister. Go away from me. You've made a mistake. I don't recall having a choice in this visual novel. Then again, I'm pretty sure once I do get any sort of choice or decisions, they will not be good. What was that? It was as if I was experiencing it again. The sensations were so real. Well, how was that possible? Maybe I was just too deep in myself and needed to go unwind. I went down to the kitchen where my sister was already fussing, preparing dinner for us. Thank you. Oh, Owie, are you awake already? I slept. We ran out of soy sauce, so I went over to the Sonozaki household to buy some. When I came back, you were sleeping so soundly. I just couldn't dare to wake you up. So it turns out I was more than just asleep. I was unconscious. Listen to me, May. Yes? Forgive me, I told you so many things today. Forget it, everyone has bad days. I'm not mad at you. Really? Of course. How can I get angry at my sweet little sister? Although I don't always know how to show it, but believe me when I say it, I'm glad that we're together. Every day, I thank heaven for being together. But also, I can't stand the thought of us ever being far from each other. It really hurts to think about. After those 2 years in the hospital, I realized just how dear you are to me. Come on, Owie. Don't remember that time. It was left far behind. The main thing is that now we are together, and no one can separate us. Yeah, I guess. I will do my best, but you also need to try. I will try my best. I will do it whatever the cost. We will do it together. Yes. Do you want to help me cook dinner? But I don't know how. It's never too late to learn. Maybe another time? Well, okay, sure. You can watch TV as I cook then. No, I will not watch TV since I'd better go back to my room. I was actually a little tired from talking with my sister. But the relationship seems to have improved a little bit. Can a couple of nice words really change everything? I mean, they don't fix everything completely, but they certainly are much more important than you give them credit. Of course not. But there was truly one problem which remained, the most important one, and that was Kaya. How do I cope with her while she's next to my sister? I can't be sure that everything will be fine. Kill her. But I can't do anything about it. I'm helpless. Kill yourself. No, I shouldn't say it. I was going to do everything to be with my sister forever. I need to come up with something to look at the situation from another side. Maybe I'm missing something. There's no way that there are no options at all. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing sensible came to my mind. Oh shit, I'm so weak. From being angry at myself, I wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible, so as to not feel so damn useless for a short while. Owie? Owie! Owie! What? Where am I? Who's there? We met again, Howie. Who are you? You don't remember me. No, I'm your friend. I have always been with you. What? I don't remember this. You just don't want to remember. Can you just tell me everything? Are you the Uka Uka Mask from Crash Bandicoot? I can't. You must remember it yourself. Do you want to play games with me or what? If you have nothing to say, what are you doing here? I can't help you remember, but I can help you solve your problems. Not all, of course, but the most important one for you right now. My problems? What kind? And how? What worries you the most now? Think carefully. What worries me? Don't rush. Kaya, this dirty, nasty girl, who constantly rubs near my May. That's how. And worst of all, tomorrow she's meeting up with her. I know this, I know, and I can't stop it. That's right, you can't. But if I help you... You? Help me? But how? It will not be easy. But I have one idea. Well, what kind of an idea? You don't need to hurry. So, to begin with, I must warn you. It is not safe and not free. Unsafe? Not for free? Do you want something from me in return? Yes, and it will be a high price to pay. But it will solve several of your problems at once. Several problems? But how? You will have to make a very difficult choice. Maybe. No. 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 It will be the most important choice of your life. It will be a great opportunity to prove that you are not as weak as everyone used to think. Come on, how? What should I do? Listen carefully. I can help you to give you the opportunity to solve your problems, but in return, I want to take your body. What? No. Not in the sense that you would think. You will literally lose your body, as I will take it for myself. What the hell are you talking about? This is some kind of joke. How is this possible? Yes. Even if it is possible, how will I live without my body? Will I be dead? I will not. Will I not? Don't rush. Let me finish my thought. Oh, okay. You will live in the body of May. You will live together in her body. You will always be with her, be closer than anyone on earth. This just is all nonsense. Just imagine if this happens. You can solve most of your problems. But I still can't believe that this is possible, and I just can't imagine how two people can live in one body. This just can't be. I realize this is all just a dream. I am sleeping and dreaming this. This is impossible without your consent. You just have to agree, and all doors will open before you. No, this isn't real. I'm asleep. You can try. You just say you agree. And if this really is just a dream, you don't lose anything. I guess that's true. What is she saying? It all sounds very creepy and unbelievable. Is it worth agreeing to? No, this just can't be. I'm sleeping. And if I'm asleep, it's all not true, so why not try? It seems this creature sensed that I was ready to give my answer, and asked again, Are you a fucking Behelit from the Berserk universe? Also, I can't help but feel that our sister, even if she loved us the most in the whole world, if we go through with this thing, I'm pretty sure she'd fucking hate our guts, and it'd be a miserable existence. Also, how would you hug her? Also, would you both be cognizant at the same time? I don't see any way in which this wouldn't be like hell itself. So, Aoi, do you agree to give me your body? There will be no way back. Yes, I agree. You made your choice. Bells, frogs, big cherries, Tinker Bell, ham and cheese, Sephiroth. The sun shines under my eyes. Time to wake up. Wow, my head feels foggy, but I slept so soundly. What time is it? What? 7 in the morning. I quickly recovered from the shock and looked around. Why am I in May's room? And my body, it feels light. There's no pain in my head. Wait. Long hair? Big boobs? It cannot be. I jumped out of bed and ran to the mirror. I'm in May's body. Incredible. How can this be? And where is the real me then? Without thinking for a second, I ran to my room. Empty. Nobody's here. I looked at the bed unfinished, but most importantly, it was still warm. As if someone had recently slept in it, but now, nobody. What's happening? If I'm in my sister's body, then where is she? May! Sis! Where are you? I screamed with all my might, but in response there was only silence. Despite the fact that my sister was not around, I did not feel lonely. On the contrary, a strong calmness filled me. For a moment I stood and thought, today, May needs to go to the academy, so I have to go there instead of her? No, I can't. I don't even know what awaits me there. I have never been there. I don't even know where it is either. No, I definitely will not go there. Even if I'm in her body, I'm still not May. But then, when I had absolutely decided that there was no point in going to the academy, I suddenly remembered my sister had an appointment with Kaya today. Rapidly, I realized just how much I could do now. The feeling of power cheered me up. Now that I'm in May's body, I can take her place and go right now to embroil her with Kaya, make sure that she never comes near her again. And not only this, I can do so much more, anything I want. I burst into hysterical laughter, but calmed down very quickly. There was still one problem. I don't know how to get to the academy. Where is it? But then suddenly I noticed that I was eating breakfast, which had to be cooking I made by myself. It was the delicious fried sandwiches with egg that sister often cooks in the morning. I remember one day when I thought it wasn't difficult to make, so I tried repeating it. But it all went wrong, and my sister had to treat to a burn on my wrist. Our kitchen held a burnt smell for a long time after that. It was by chance that I had touched a hot skillet, and thus ending my culinary adventures. But right now I didn't even notice how I had made very tasty and perfectly neat sandwiches, just like my sister always did. So what is it? I'm really inside of her body, and somehow I just got her skills too. After all, I woke up just as early as May, made breakfast, and my head doesn't hurt like it once did before. Maybe I can find my way to the academy and think on what's most important, which is how I'll spend my day there. A new surge of self-confidence quickly filled me. I scarfed down my breakfast and hurried into my room. I need to get ready to study. May is so beautiful. Long black hair, big red eyes, and a slim figure. The dream of every girl. You're twins, you look identical. And now it's all mine. May is all mine. That does not sound like love. That does not sound emotionally healthy at all. I ran my hand over my chest. How nice it felt. I spent about 10 minutes touching and looking at myself in the mirror. Having finished with the upper parts of the body, my hands slowly crawled below. Okay, don't give me something to edit. I like hentai, but I don't want to edit. Not now. I must hurry, otherwise I'll be late for the academy. Now, in even greater haste, I began to put on my uniform. When I finished, I was again surprised at the beauty of my sister. But I hurried to pack my bag and ran towards the vast world that was previously closed and inaccessible to me. When I walked through the streets, the city no longer seemed so unfamiliar to me, and passers-by did not cause me to panic as before. Everything is not so bad as it once seemed to me. Oh, how I would love to explore the neighborhood, stop by a shop, or try to get acquainted with some beautiful guy. But alas, there was no time at all now to do so. I should be at the academy in 5 minutes. I need to hurry. And now I'm at the academy where May studies. Excitement engulfed me. I was about to see and find out everything that May does, with whom she communicates with, just anything she does without me beside her. I'm doing the right thing, right? It's her own personal matter, though, and does not concern me at all. I shouldn't really interfere. I think it's too late for that, and we have done very bad things already, Owie. Maybe my sister will get angry when she finds out about all this. I'm pretty sure she'd want to kill you. And what if my actions later complicate her life? She may never forgive me for this, which will lead to the complete destruction of our relationship. Why am I loading myself with all these thoughts? May is my beloved sister, the dearest and closest person to me. All that concerns her concerns me as well. Her entire life she relied only on herself, so I must finally help her for once. Let her be angry. I'll do this to make her happy, no matter if she praises me or not. Now with the moral confliction put behind me, I need to think about my plan. What am I going to do here today in May's body? First, I need to deal with the teacher who lowers her grades. I didn't remember his name. Well, okay, I'm actually understanding who he is by relying on the instincts of my sister. But how can I punish him? Well, May, think. Briefcase. What? Who said that? What do you mean? Briefcase, exactly. Now, at the end of the semester, all professors have to fill out a bunch of reports, right? And all these papers he carries are in his briefcase. If I'm to steal it, it will cause him many problems. In addition to those documents, there may be other useful things inside. It sounds very effective and forceful, but how to execute it so that the suspicion does not fall on May? There are probably video surveillance cameras here, and some random people can catch me as I steal. What to do? Surely there is some way. Exactly, I can ask Kaya to do it, and even if they catch her, it will be a good thing for me. But can I persuade her? How well do May and her communicate? What if she refuses, and also tells the teacher about it? In this case, we must kill her. What? Kill her? No. That is too much. Even for that nasty girl. She doesn't deserve it. For starters, I'll have to communicate with her, see what she is, and what her relationship is with my sister. But to do that, to wait until the end of classes, it will be long, difficult, tiring to sit through. Ah, if only there was a way to avoid it. What is this? Where am I? You're still in the body of May. Just now, control has passed to her. Okay, is she aware of what's happening? Also, the whole idea is we didn't want to be without our sister. But now it is literally impossible for me and her to have a conversation, to actually actively talking to each other. So we've literally just made ourselves completely alone. There is no way we can actually ever really talk to our sister ever again. We have essentially completely isolated the two of us from each other completely. We wanted to avoid loneliness, and all we've given ourselves is absolute loneliness with no reprieve. What? Control? I'm starting to remember. So it is true. Do I now live with her in the same body? Exactly. So I can control her, but not always. We can be conscious only in turns, but it does not suit me at all. How will I communicate with her? This is like being alone. Besides, she'll get scared and search for me. Just where am I? And where is my body now? So many questions. Right now, you can control her body only in turns, but later, when your souls intertwine with each other, your mind will become one, and you will be able to talk together. That doesn't sound good at all either. No matter how much you could possibly love somebody, that is not... That does not sound pleasant at all. How long will it take? It's hard to say. It depends on you. I really can't contact her right now. You can communicate with her when she sleeps. In a dream, her mind will get here. This is when you can communicate and enjoy each other. I imagined everything so differently. Where is my body? As we agreed, I took it for myself. And how often can I become May? It all depends on willpower. Whoever is stronger rules. Right now, May is a little weak, so you can take control whenever you want, but it will not last long. So I have to sit here alone. Everything depends on you. But I can't. She is so much stronger than me. What if I can never unite with her? Maybe we should just go to that place she handed us a business card to. If you don't become one, sooner or later you will disappear. Disappear? Cease to exist. The real final death into oblivion. What? Death? I will die? No, I don't want this. Stop this. Return everything as it was. A deal is a deal. I warned that there would be no way back. No, you deceived me. You promised that I would always be with my beloved sister. If you want to be with her, you must do it. Not. I can't. Please help me. Where are you? Where did you go? Come back. She is gone. Thoughts about the possibility of simply disappearing weighed on me heavily. Fear and confusion enveloped me whole, sending me deep into darkness again. I was alone. I woke up. I'm again in May's body. How much time has passed? A lot. Classes have already ended. Very good. Now all I have to do is find Kaya. Where did she want to meet? Classroom number 6? I think I know where it is. Oh, May! Hi! I'm so glad you came. Kaya, how she enrages me, but now I need to play May. I need to know how close they are and what Kaya is capable for. Hello, Kaya. How was your day? And how was my day? Nothing special. Sensei again tried to complicate my life by asking difficult questions. The answer to her question itself emerged from my head. It seems communicating will not be a problem. Oh, well, he is a fool. Yes, I'm fed up with his antics. You said you'll think of something. Maybe you need my help? She's offering help. Things are moving in a direction that is favorable to me. Yes, Kai, I have a plan, and I need your help. Wow, as expected from the most intelligent girl in the academy. If you have a plan, I will be happy to help you. Tell me what to do. Is it that easy? I don't have to persuade her. But what about the idea of finding about a relation with my sister? I'll just leave it for later then. We need to steal Sensei's briefcase, which contains important documents. If he loses all these papers, then it'll be a huge problem for him. The problem is that I cannot do this, and suspicion can immediately fall upon me. And therefore I want to ask you. Steal the briefcase, ask me. This is also wrong and not like you, Sister May. She can doubt May, and she also called May a sister. How dare she? May has only one sister, and it's me. Does she? Did we ever exist? Was it always a split personality? Were we just imagining her talking to the other me? Is this my actual sister? Are we also blonde? So you don't want to help me? It's a pity, because I was counting on you. I want to help you, but there must be another way. We don't really have other options. I don't know what to do. She disagrees. Think. Take advantage of her weakness. Her weakness for May. My hands reached out for Kaya. Risky, but something suggests that this might work. May-senpai? Oh. You know, this is a good time as any. Well, let's read the achievements. There are 5 achievements. We have achievement says, remember everything. Aoi remembered everything. Int parentheses no. And then we have 4 hidden achievements. That doesn't help me spoil the story. I was trying to spoil the story. May-senpai? Hush, Kaya. First kiss. Yeah, we got an achievement. First kiss for Aoi, or May. I hugged her and kissed her on the lips. God, what an abomination. Kaya did not resist. She took my kiss and seemed to like it. She really is in love with May. And what does my sister think about it? Most likely she knew. Oh, this Kaya, she is even more dangerous than I thought. And what about May's feelings? She loves her too? No, I don't feel that she does. She probably knew about it, but tried to avoid it in every possible way, while at the same time remained in good, friendly terms with Kaya. Kaya delayed kissing back, but once she did, she wasn't going to stop. Looks like I gave her what she wanted most. I think now she's at my full disposal. I gently moved her aside from me. Enough for now. But May-senpai, don't forget that I still have a problem to solve. Yes, I'll help you. This seems kind of manipulative. It worked. How easy it was. But the unpleasant feeling from the fact that she stole perhaps the first kiss of my sister burned a concoction of emotions inside of me. But does it count? Your sister wasn't really alive at the moment to experience it. Also, she didn't initiate. And you did. What other sacrifices will I have to make so May can be happy? Tsukaya, I will come up with how to teach you a lesson. Well, that doesn't seem very... Doesn't seem... Thank you, Kaya. You have no idea how much this means to me. It's all good, May. We are friends, after all. I think I know how to find the right moment to steal the briefcase. That's good. And what should I do with it once I have it? Get rid of it. Okay, I will do so. Let's go. What are you waiting for? May-senpai? What? Can you give me one more kiss? It wasn't enough for her? I could barely restrain myself from saying everything that I think of her. Come back to me. When you're finished, then I'll give it to you. Okay, then I will be back soon. Wait for me, Sister May. Are we in like a Catholic school or something? Kaya is gone. Oh, how she provokes me. Of course, I had just thought that she was simply sticking to my sister as friends would, but everything was much more serious. I need to think of a way to get rid of her. But how? Just tell her to stay away from me? When she comes back? Yes, I will tell her that we just don't fit well together, and in general it's best to not communicate. But it'll be risky if she doesn't receive this well, since then Kaya will tell Sensei about our plan in order to take revenge on me. I hadn't thought about that. Now everything has become much more complicated than before. I drove myself into a dead end. What to do? Calmly, May, pull yourself together. Why do I call myself by the name of my sister? Does it give me confidence, or have I just gotten so much into her role already? It doesn't change the fact that I am still that weak and worthless owie. For a moment, I wanted to get down on my knees and cry. But I quickly pulled myself together. Not now. It's not time to cry. I'm here for my sister and for her well-being. Our fate is in my hands. I can't let her down. So I need to wait for Kaya, and then what? Then I can politely explain to her, ask her, no, it's not that. If only there was a way for Kaya to simply cease to exist. A way for her to disappear forever. Such a way exists! Again, this voice. Kill her. Do it now, Anakin! What? No, I can't. There's too much even for her. So you'll just let her stand in the way of you and your sister? Are we just imagining a dead Kaya? Is that what I'm seeing? I didn't say that. Then what will you do? I'll definitely think of something. Where did you get so much confidence? Even though you are in May's body, you are still pathetic little owie. Do you really believe that you can come up with something? You are so insignificant that even when you are offered a ready-made solution, you can't even use it. Leave me alone. I do not like this option. I can't even imagine how to do it. Open your handbag. What? For what? Just open it. I opened my handbag and was horrified. There was a large kitchen knife in it. We will prepare a terrible breakfast. What? Where did it come from? Didn't you take it yourself in case the problem couldn't be solved peacefully? No, it cannot be. I would do no such thing. Or maybe May took it. She knows about this world much more than you. She knows that the world is cruel, and the decisions in it are not always simple, Anakin. Sometimes you have to go to extreme measures. I don't believe that May would ever do it. You don't believe me? Are you sure you know Mian so well? Of course, she is my sister. And how much time did you spend with her? Remember how she got rid of you by putting you in the hospital at her heart? She was glad of it. It's not true. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. You try to deny it, but deep down you know that I'm right. Please stop it. I showed you the way. The choice is yours. Get out. Get out. Leave me alone. May, are you all right? What? Kaya, is she back already? Yes, I'm fine. What about the briefcase? I did everything as you asked. I waited for the right moment, took the briefcase, and got rid of it. I threw it in the garbage disposal. So fast. It took about an hour. Is everything all right with you, May-senpai? About an hour. How quickly time flew by. But how do I know that she's not lying? Could I have just gone out for lunch? She could have just gone out for lunch in the dining room and came back. No, why would she do this? She is in love with May, and she is waiting for her reward. And if she suddenly deceives, then sister will simply stop communicating with her. Cheating wouldn't be profitable for her. So suppose she fulfilled my request. What now? I glanced at Kaya. A young, slim girl stood and waited for an answer, like a faithful dog. She's certainly waiting for the promised reward. Oh, what a nasty girl. What to do? Again, gift a kiss of my precious sister for this spoiled student. If I do, then she will begin to imagine things like this as love. Although I think she is already thinking that. Okay, I mean, it's not like you can kiss her. You are literally sharing the same body. Kaya? Yes, May-senpai? You're in love with me, aren't you? Before deciding what to do, I wanted to torture her for a bit. I thought you already guessed it, May-senpai. I want to hear it from you. Yes? What is it? Yes. What is yes? Say it. Say what? Say that you love me. I love you, May-senpai. And it doesn't bother you that we are both girls. I never thought that this would ever happen with me. I never thought that I was so... But when I met you, I felt that you were my destiny. May-senpai, you are so smart, beautiful, and kind. Just at the sight of you, my heart is filled with such warmth. I was always afraid to confess my feelings to you. I thought you would not understand them. But I still hoped, even though it seemed to me that only your sister exists for you. But now you, it's not an illusion. Do you also have feelings for me? I'm not dreaming. It's all true. Please tell me, May-senpai. Come to me. Let me hug you. May-senpai. Ah, it's wholesome. Just like the story of Higo. So, can I make a decision not to stab her? Enjoy my warmth for the last time. What have I done? I, Kaya, May. It's all for May. Or for myself? It's all irrelevant now. What's going to happen? May would hardly want such an outcome. How can I explain all of this to her? She loves me. She will understand that I wanted what was best. Yes. What? Who are you? It's me. No. It's my body. Hey, wait, don't run away. Where are you? Owie. Why are you running away? Don't be silent. Say something. Who are you? What is this? All of this has to be a lie. It's just a dream. I'm sleeping. I must wake up. May, wake up. What? It's morning already. Well, I slept very good, at least. What do we have today? Saturday? Great. It's a day off. What are we going to do today with Owie? Can I ask her to go to the mall? Yeah. Go shopping and buy something. Also, we can go to some cafe and have a snack. And for dinner, we can cook a lot of tasty things and watch a movie together. I need to learn from Owie what she likes more. I'll ask when she wakes up. She is such a dormouse. While she sleeps, I can make a delicious breakfast. Yes, I will do just that. Okay, are we actually May, or are we thinking we're May and having forgotten? Are we seeing the past? Are we being empathetic of her feelings? Have we become one with the Force? What is happening? That's how every morning begins. It's filled with light and warmth, because I have her, my younger sister, Owie. Or are we seeing like a couple days ago, and we're seeing everything from May's perspective? I have been taking care of her since our parents died. Poor Owie has been closed and lonely. No one loved her but me. Because of her complex personality, often without understanding it, she pushes people away from herself and tells them a lot of bad things. Also, even if the demon thing could like betray Owie and needed her permission, you never got May's permission. She pushes people away from herself and tells them a lot of bad things. No one would tolerate it and immediately abandon her, but not me. Even if the whole world turns its back on her, I will stay with her. Despite all my love for her, her thoughts remain a mystery even for me. To understand what she thinks is impossible. Sometimes it seems that she is so far away from me, just somewhere in the darkness. An invisible wall separates us, and we cannot get closer to each other. She feels lonely. No matter how hard I try to get close to her and give my warmth for her. Will I ever break through her shell? Will we ever be happy? Will we ever understand and love each other? I'm ready to live in eternity to answer this question. And while I was busy thinking about Owie and me, time was passing by. Oh, what am I doing? I need to cook a delicious breakfast for my little sister. Putting on my shirt, I went to the kitchen. And so, what will we cook today? I have a choice! I feel like there are so many things that could have been a more important choice, but we will make a sandwich. Yes, I will cook that. Sandwich is a favorite meal of Owie. What is happiness? It is when you have a person you can take care of, cook delicious food for, give gifts, and just do other things for their... Okay, so would I get an achievement for picking omelet? Is that May's favorite food? The main reason I picked sandwich is because I remembered early in the story, when, we made breakfast as Owie in the body of May. We made sandwiches. Other things for their pleasure. My whole life is Owie. When she is near, I don't need anyone else. I'm ready to devote my whole life to her. Just what does she think about that? What feelings does she have for me? Can she feel it at all? Lately, she looks like a fading flower. She's not interested in anything. She just sleeps, watches TV, or lies in the bed immersed in herself. Sounds kind of like depression mixed with other things. What is she thinking about? Oh, I can't understand. So breakfast is ready now. I just have to wait until Owie wakes up. In the meantime, I'll tidy up a bit here. Little time has passed. Already a whole hour has passed, but Owie still hasn't woken up. Oh, how she loves to sleep. It would be her will to do that always. Although, it's quite possible that she is already awake, lying in bed dreaming of something. Maybe she dreams about how her sister will come and invite her for breakfast. That would be wonderful. Instead of standing here and guessing, I'll go check. But when I came to Owie's room, she was not in there. What? Where is she? Maybe she's hiding. You never know what would come to her mind. I checked wherever my sister could hide, under the bed, in the closet, but she was not there. There's no way she could evaporate. Maybe she slipped in the bathroom while I was busy cleaning? I need to check. Not finding Owie in the bathroom, I searched the entire house. She disappeared. Just disappeared, evaporated. I was shocked. My dear sister, my Owie. She was nowhere to be found. Where could she have gone? Maybe she left for a walk in the morning, but she had never done so before. The outside world scares her. I didn't know what to think. I never really understand her before, but now it's even harder to imagine where she could go. If she decided to go for a walk, then where? She almost knows nothing in the district. She can easily get lost. She doesn't even know the rules of the road. Her under the wheels of a car? So much can happen to her, I'm afraid to imagine it. If anything happens to her, I couldn't forgive myself. I urgently needed to go search for her. She couldn't go far, or could she? I don't even know when she left. Whatever, I need to hurry. But what if she comes back while I search for her? I need to leave a note for her. I'll write this. Owie, don't go anywhere. Wait for me. Breakfast in the fridge. Done. I quickly put on the first thing that came to my hand and went in search of my sister. Need to start from the places where we have often been, since maybe she wants to go there. I did just that. I checked all of the places where we regularly visited, together, a park, a cafe, a shopping center. But she was nowhere to be found. The fear that something bad could happen to her put more pressure on me. I didn't know what to do. Where should I go? Where else should I look for her? I just wandered around the city without any goal and asked a passerby. Did they see a girl like me? But they only shrugged their shoulders. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. It was much more useful than all that I had thought of before. I need to call Kaya and ask her to help with the search. Together we will have a greater chance to find Owie. Outgoing call. I called Kaya on her mobile phone, but she didn't answer. Strange, usually she answers my calls right away. Looks like there's no help in waiting on her. At that moment I felt completely helpless and alone. Fear of losing Owie consumed me whole. I could not think of anything else. Hope to find her has long since faded away, but I continued wandering aimlessly around the city. What if she has already returned home and is waiting for me? What if nothing bad had happened and I panicked in vain? I didn't feel better from these thoughts, but I still found the strength to stop my unsuccessful searches and turn for home. I will be home soon. I go, stumble, try to run, but my strength is running out. What will be there when I arrive? Maybe Owie has been waiting for me for a long time. She's just sitting and worrying about where her sister is. Or she's not there. I have to try not to think about that yet. It's better to go home and find out for sure. Owie, I'm back. Empty. She's not here. Nowhere. It just can't be. I can't believe it. I refuse to believe it. How could this have happened? Why? Why did you leave me? Really, the care and love that I gave you was not enough? Maybe you're just tired of me? My little sister. Once I recovered a little bit, I had supper and began to think about further actions. What if Owie left against her will? Could someone kidnap her? Or maybe it was her illness. Her condition could have worsened, and she left without even realizing it? I need to contact the police. Maybe they can help find her. My own searches were not crowned with success, and Kaya was not responding to my calls. There was no other choice. I had to call the police. Good evening. The dispatcher is listening. Hello? My name is Mei Takanashi. My sister is missing. Can you be more specific? When did she disappear? Under what circumstances? How old is your sister? What's her name? This morning I woke up and she was nowhere to be found. She has never done such a thing before and does not like to go out. She is 19 years old. Her name is Owie. Any idea where she could go? No. I searched all the places where we usually walked and is nowhere to be found. We cannot help unless it has been 3 days since someone disappeared. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure that even if it's less than 24 hours, the police would still prefer you to call them as soon as possible. You do not need to even wait 24 hours. Now, yes, they'll not take it as seriously because they're like, well, maybe the person's they'll show up here shortly. But either way, it's still better to call early and then, of course, call for 24 hours and then call again after the 72 hours. Perhaps she's just lingering with friends, but she has no friends. This is often the case with teenagers. She is 19. She is not a teenager. But she has no friends. She is very withdrawn and is afraid of everything. She could not just go up and leave. Unfortunately, we cannot help. He hung up the phone. That's kind of a jerk. How could he? Maybe right now Allie needs serious help. I mean, you could mention that she was in a mental hospital. I mean, I imagine that would make the police take it a little bit more seriously. Then it may be too late. Despair completely consumed me. I could no longer normally think. I just wanted to fall into oblivion. They recently remade that game. Without getting up from the couch, I fell asleep. May, get up. Come on, wake up. What? What time is it? Howie! Howie, where have you been? I was so worried about you. What? What are you talking about, sis? I was here all this time with you. But I woke up and you were not here, and I was looking for you all over the city. What time is it now? Dinner time, sleepyhead. What? I guess I was very tired yesterday and fell asleep from here? And your disappearance was also just a dream? Well, of course, after all, I'm here. Allie, I'm so glad that it was just a dream. Or are we dreaming now? Is this the dream? Can we actually eat supper in a dream? I love you. What are you suddenly on about? I just wanted you to know that. You are the dearest person to me. The rest of the world doesn't matter. If you disappear, I can't live without you. I know, May. I know. Maybe later let's have a snack. Yes, I am very hungry because while you were sleeping, there was no one to cook food. Sorry, I'll fix some now. Didn't we make... We put food in the fridge. Sorry, I'll fix some now. I want sandwiches. I made sandwiches. Okay, so there will be sandwiches. There will be sandwiches. Saw 11. There will be sandwiches. Sandwiches are almost ready. I tried to make them as tidy and as appetizing as possible. But at the same time, it was impossible to do since I didn't want to make my sister wait. Do you want coffee or tea? Tea. Everything is ready. Treat yourself. Thank you for the meal. May, your sandwiches are so delicious. I'm sure there are no sandwiches in the world better than yours. Of course, Howie, because I made them with love, special for you. I'm glad you like it. It seems that for the first time in a long time, we were able to calmly communicate and spend time together. Oh, how I wish it would last forever. She has already fallen asleep right here, just like a little child. Sleep, my little princess. I also have to go to sleep. Why is Mr. Popo over here? The next morning I woke... Okay. What is happening? Is this the music for the next Doom game? The next morning I woke up from the alarm clock. Not from the alarm clock as usual, but from loud music. What is it? What time is it? 7 in the morning? Allie! Why aren't you asleep? I would not like to scold her, but it's still loud music, and at such an early time is too much. Allie! Make the music quieter, please. But her room was empty. Allie? I turned off the music. My heart started pounding. I quickly walked through all the rooms, but I could not find her. What? How could this happen? Yesterday she was right here. Or did I have a dream? But then, who turned on the music? What's happening here? I can't understand. So, I woke up, Allie disappeared. I was looking for her all over the city, then I came home, fell asleep. All of this was very strange. Where are you, sis? I think I'm losing my mind. What to do? Maybe go look for her again? Perhaps all of a sudden she now likes to walk all over the city and waits for me to come for her? This is of course silly, but it's still better than sitting and doing nothing. I quickly had breakfast and collected myself to search. Maybe I should call Kaya again. Her help would be very useful for me. I dialed the number of Kaya and began to expect an answer. There were beeps, but no one picked up the phone. What is wrong with her? And just when I was about to cancel the call, someone answered the phone. Hello, Kaya. I'm so glad you answered. Allie disappeared. I'm going to go look for her. Can you help me? But the answer was only silence. Kaya, do you hear me? Please don't be silent. Kaya! Then the call ended. She hung up on me. The subscriber is not available. I dialed her number again, but I received the subscriber is not available message. Maybe something happened to the connection? Seems I have to only rely on myself again. At that moment, I wanted to fall and cry, but I could not afford to do so. If my sister is waiting for me somewhere, then I must find her. And so I again spent the whole day looking for Owie. Wasted my fucking Sunday. Once it became late at night is when I returned at home. The house was dark and cold and absolute silence. Without Owie, the whole world seemed gray and dull. My legs began to give way, but I gathered my last amount of strength to take a shower. Warm water streaming down my body gave me a little surge of energy. For a moment I imagined that my beloved sister was hugging me. But after this pleasant feeling, the thought that she really is not here flooded me again. I sat down on the floor and quietly cried. This time I allowed my emotions to flow. I sat on the floor for an hour just sobbing. Deep down inside I understood that tears would not give me back my dear little sister. But right now I could not do anything with myself besides cry. I didn't see any options where Owie could have disappeared. Despair was swallowing me. whole. After some time, I found strength and rose to my feet and looked around. Everything in the bathroom was as usual, except for one thing. The laundry basket was turned upside down, and beside it lay my uniform, covered in red. What is this? What is it? Blood? Where did it come from? God, what happened? What have I done? I don't remember anything about it. Probably just cut yourself shaving. Whose blood is it? Owie? Did I hurt her? No, it cannot be. More and more questions materialized. Owie is gone, Kaya is not answering calls, a bloody uniform in the bathroom. What does all of this mean? What's happening? How do I get to the truth alone? It will soon be 3 days, and the police will accept his statement. But can they cope with all of this? What if they see the bloody uniform and accuse me of killing Owie? No one will help me. All these circumstances put pressure on me, more and more. Oh, how I would like to just get away from all these problems. Just run far, far away where no one can find me. Seems I understand now what Owie felt. The only one place where I can escape is a dream. Right. It's late, it's time to sleep. I'll sleep in my sister's room. I'll feel much calmer there. And it's also closer to the bathroom. How long have I been here already? You are not doing well. Then again, you did also already commit murders, so not a good sign. How's the Hinamizawa syndrome treating you, Owie? Why am I here? Who am I? Why can't I see anything? I don't feel my legs. I can't move. Is there anything beyond this void? Am I still alive? Owie, are you alright? Sis, you're here. Your eyes did a thing. Sis, you're here. You came to me. Yes, I'm here with you. What's happening? Is this a dream? Are you dreaming of me? Not really, May. Then, in what sense? I can't understand what is real and what is not. You're gone. I can't find you when I wake up. But now you're here with me. Where are we? Is where we are real? Tell me. I didn't disappear anywhere. I am always with you. So it's just a dream? No. I don't understand. It's tough, May. You will not believe me. Try to explain, please. This place is as real as our world. Separating them is wrong. What are you talking about? We are inside of you. Now we are one. We can communicate only when you sleep. I'm trying to be stronger, trying to get closer to you, but I have only failed. I think I'll disappear soon. Now, for sure. Drown in you. Owie, honey, what are you saying? This is some nonsense. This just can't be. At first I thought so too. But then she took my body. Who is she? I don't know. She was always with me, but I didn't notice her. I once talked to her, but then quickly forgot about it. May, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? I just wanted to be strong, get closer to you, help solve all your problems, but I could not do it myself. I'm nothing. Don't say that. She asked for my body in exchange for help. I love you so much, sister. I was ready to go all in. When I was you, I took revenge on the teacher for bothering you. You were me? Yes, for a short time, just one day. I made sure once again that you are great. True perfection. You can do everything, but I can do nothing. The blood on my uniform. I didn't want this, May, but I was so afraid that she would be closer to you than I was. Little, stupid girl. What have you done with Kaya? Forgive me, sis. It was her blood, right? Yes. Poor Kaya. She was so stupid and naive. Did you also hate Kaya? Because that's not the response you give, even if it's your sister that you were really worried about. Your sister just told you in very not so uncertain terms that she murdered your friend. And you literally called her an idiot and too trusting of literally her best friend that she was attracted to. Did you know about her feelings? I only guessed it. And what did you think about it? I felt sorry for her because I could not reciprocate. My heart is taken by you, Allie. I mean, we're all familiar with the story of the coffin of Andy and Lily. Or also the game Sickness. My heart is taken by you, Allie, but you never noticed it. It can't be. It turns out I worried about your relationship with Kaya in vain? Yes. What about the mental hospital? They beat me there, tortured me every day. I dreamed of dying so as not to experience it all. Why? Why did you send me there? When you love someone, the world is divided into the person you love and the rest. You want this person to be happy, but if you can't get her to be yours, you do everything to make her suffer? May? Did you... Were your feelings even stronger for Aoi than it was for her, but due to her depression and her pushing you away, you put her into a mental hospital so that she would suffer as punishment for rejecting the incest sister relationship? Even with the response to the Kaya thing, I didn't expect May to be... Because that means you didn't put your sister into the mental hospital so you can enjoy your own free, happy life because you hated her or resented her or because she was inconvenient. You put the sister that you loved romantically into a mental hospital specifically so they would beat her because you felt miffed at feeling that she rejected you, even though you knew it was a result of her severe depression and trauma. And that she... May? I know you're not the one who committed murder here, but I kind of feel like you're more the person to be scared of than Aoi. Just remember, all of which you've been before. Insensible, cold, the disease had devoured you from the inside. You didn't pay any attention to me. You didn't live, you only existed. I was afraid you would forget how to talk. So, what was the business card you gave me a couple days ago? You have no idea how unbearable it was to be near a dear person and see how she suffers. How hard it is to love someone and not receive love in return. I think Kaya was actually lucky to get rid of this feeling with death. It seems I am starting to remember. Oh. Well, this is... How did our parents die? I have concerns. Were our parents already dead? Also, not only are we siblings, but we're twins. I look identical to you. Also, at this point, our parents are already dead. And I am like severe PTSD. So, our parents are dead. I'm your sister. I look identical to you. I am in severe depression to the point of being like comatose. I am... What's the word? Shell shock, withdrawn, PTSD, shut down, dissociated. I feel like there's another word for this. Catatonic. Okay, so our parents are dead. I'm your sister. I look identical to you. I am in such a state of PTSD and trauma and depression that I am suicidal and not entirely aware of so where I'm like almost comatose. And you are basically raping me at this point. Because that's... This would also give more explanation to Aui's sense of codependency, as well as why it would make sense that she'd have a trauma response with the "I love you" comment. Though at the same time, we initially thought it was due to her own severe insecurity and self-loathing and feeling of worthlessness. I mean, it could be all of the above, but we're like getting lots of layers on the sociopathy chocolate cake. Those days you came to my room. Yet you didn't even resist. May, you played with me. I said the word earlier, now I feel uncomfortable saying it out when it's actually physically there. You raped me. I couldn't resist you. I didn't understand what was happening. Yeah, her eyes don't exactly... I felt only fear. I was scared. You're terrible, May. How could you do this to me? There was always a fire in me, while you were so cold. I dreamed about one day I could make the ice in your heart melt. And when I realized that I couldn't do it on my own, I had to put you in that hospital. Only there did you learn to appreciate me. Okay, this is worse than Stockholm Syndrome or Munchausen Syndrome. Though technically both of those could apply in some manner. But this is more so you literally just severely fucking traumatized her and cut off any other support systems. That's kind of like what a cult does. Or a very abusive partner or parent. Hell, there were stories of like way back in the past where like pimps would have prostitutes and shit working for them. And what they do is they would take a wire clothes hanger, unwind it, and then just beat the fucking shit out of the person to the point that there's gashes all over the person's body. Then afterward, you treat their injuries, and they forget entirely that you were the one that hurt them, and they're just... It's a severe manipulation tactic that's used to basically break someone down and mold them into a dependent state where they are obedient to you without a fault. I mean, to a degree, even the military can be seen that to a degree. The person gets broken down, pushed past their limits, and they get instilled with a sense of, complete obedience and following orders. Almost an institutionalization type thing. Heck, there's people that are in prison for decades that lose regardless of what they went there for, whether it would be somebody that did something very severely bad, or even people that just stole something or had some sort of fraud or something. They become institutionalized. They lose the ability to function without it. And even then, she was already severely mentally and emotionally disabled from trauma. How did our parents die? Heck, it's also largely why I say my argument against the justification for hell. Because, hell doesn't serve any purpose. What? To scare and intimidate any human or angel from ever disobeying the rules? Yes, I agree with the concept of justice that, bad people should deserve some kind of punishment. But even then, I don't think that, anybody deserves to be tortured for all eternity. And even then, I feel like the existence of a place like hell, it doesn't seem like a place of punishment. It seems almost like any being that would actually create such a place. I don't believe God would make such a place, or that it would be justifiable in the eyes of a just, loving creator. Because I feel like any being that would create a place like hell, that's not justice. That's someone's warped sense of a fetish. Heck, take movies like Hellraiser. To a large degree, that stuff is more so of a fetish than anything else. And whether it be Hellraiser or demonophobia, the whole purpose is this. People try to say hell is justifiable. Especially, it's really, really depraved when you think about it. If you go to a church, you have these people all these smiles talking about the love of Jesus and all that. Don't get me wrong. I believe in God. I'm a Christian. I believe in Yahweh, Lord of hosts, and Jesus Christ. But I don't agree with the view a lot of people seem to have it, and they don't seem to understand how fucking depraved their view of things are. Because at the end of the day, is this. How can that remotely be justifiable for anyone to go, especially sometimes for such arbitrary reasons? Oh, you ate bacon. It's you didn't give enough money in tithing, so now you're suddenly going to have eternal life, but tortured forever. And that's the thing. I feel that a lot of people that say that hell is justified don't really think it through. And if they do, then obviously I feel they're kind of, not people I think I'd be safe around. Because at the end of the day is this. The movies Hellraiser, the video games like Demonophobia, those actually give an image to the words that people don't hardly even think about. Because even the people say, oh, you'll burn for eternity in hell, they don't really ever think about it. But when you would take a moment to actually think about somebody actually burning, screaming in pain, even if it's somebody you hate, how can you not feel empathy for that? How can you not feel disgusted by it? Let alone innocent people. Let alone people that have really done nothing wrong. Or at best, maybe just had a difference of opinion. What? They had free will? They decided they didn't want to be like a doll or a puppet or a marionette? Also, I feel like the other being that was screwing, what that made the whole deal with Aoi in the mental hospital, either that was never real, or if the demon was real, it's either summoned by May at that point, or, the whole reason Aoi was even in a situation to be that vulnerable or that emotionally dependent on May is because of May. It's kind of like the idea of it's like Aoi was blaming herself for being emotionally dependent on May, but May's the one who caused the trauma to her to force her to be emotionally dependent on her. It's like you make someone emotionally dependent on you, then you fucking judge them and hold it against them, treat them like they're basically being a burden on you. but you are the one who sabotaged them and took away any amount of them being independent. So you forced them into a situation where they couldn't stand on their own, to where they absolutely had to rely on you because you wanted to be able to control them. But then you use that against them to further isolate them and also to further tear apart their self-esteem. Heck, at this point, was that demonic voice that was talking to us, was that actually our sister? Was the doctors keeping our sister away from us because there was concerns about how she was treating us? How did our parents die? And here's the thing, it's just, I don't see hell as a place to put demons. I see it as a place that makes demons. Because honestly, if you take anyone of any personality type and put them into something like that, you're going to break any sense of kindness or empathy or even sanity in the person. And at that point, you're just causing cruelty for cruelty's sake. And at that point, what are you accomplishing? What? You're drastically warping, if not permanently damaging, the psyche of the person being sent there. And whether it be a human, even of the noblest and purest and kindest disposition, or even an angel, like, there is no being, human or otherwise, that if put through such a thing, and I'll say this, there are many people, and I'm pretty sure most people out there can relate to this. I honestly feel like 95% of people can relate to what I am about to say to some degree, though I feel some only relate to it a very small bit, but I feel the majority might relate to it just a moderate bit, but, leaning toward the lesser part. But I feel there's a very small group of people out there that would relate so very strongly to this next statement that they feel it's something that could actually define them as a person. And that is, they are a good person in spite of the things that have happened in their life, not because of them. It's not like the things they went through made them a good person. They were by default a good person. The things that happened in their life, they are not a good person because of the bad things that happened in their life. They are a good person in spite of the bad things that happened in their life. And I feel very, very, very strongly that statement applies to myself very, very strongly. That I am a good person in spite of the things that happened in my life, not because of them. That by all intents and purposes, the things that have happened in my life should have made me a bad person. But I'm not. I've stayed the same person at my core the whole way. Granted, there's been a lot of crying, but hey, at the end of the day, I'm a good person despite the other things, not because of them. But I do feel largely things like hell are unjustifiable, and I feel to a large degree it's just an issue of fear and intimidation, control, and manipulation. And I'll say this, if such a place is real, then here's the question. If you have to live such a restricted life to get to a heaven, then here's the question. If the way you have to live a life is so strict, what makes you think heaven wouldn't be strict? The way you have to live a life is in such a way that's so unpleasant, what makes you think heaven would be any different? And if that's the case, then if you're in heaven, what makes you think that you can't at any time just be kicked out and sent to hell for any amount of disagreement or being too opinionated? At that point, you're simply not even allowed to be a person. Heck, I know one statement in the Bible, granted, again, I don't believe God or the Bible is like this. But again, the way a lot of preachers and pastors view things, it's like they talk about, people burn in hell, and they have to go around with all smiles on their face as if the love of God. But how can you claim anything about the love of Christ when you're talking about people suffering for disagreeing with you or failing to fall in line? I've met deacons who literally only cared about the praise of the upper air quotes, management of the church. Not because they love God, not because they're a good person, but because they just want to avoid hell. They don't even like the idea of being a deacon. They just want to be in a position of church because they think it's a golden ticket into heaven. And even then, they don't even care about that. I've met pastors who literally, some do, some don't care. But in general, all they really care about is perceived righteousness. They're full of vanity and greed. They care about how much money they can get out of people. And a lot of times, and that's like, you'll have pastors that literally do not care about the people in the church. It's a status thing. How stuff makes them look good. Vanity, greed, power. I mean, what is the correct word for it? Like narcissism or something? The idea that you're basically the center of the whole fucking universe and everyone else is just a fucking tool? And what, you're justified to think that way because you're a pastor? So obviously you're better than everyone else? And even then, you definitely can't argue with such a person because at that point, well, both their money and their status is dependent on what the congregation thinks of them. So obviously, whoever you are and whatever you'd be arguing with them about, if you were to even make them make a concession on their beliefs, let alone be wrong, you would make them look bad. And a lot of times the people going to the church aren't giving money to the pastor out of a sense of goodness, but because they feel not respect, but more so under the power of that this person is. It's not more so than they being this person's respectable or righteous, but rather they're in a position of authority over you. I mean, heck, there's stuff like the Milgram experiments with the people doing electric shocks to people when an authority figure told them. The Stanford experiments, as far as people become into certain roles where humans would just suddenly start becoming violent toward their own friends. Like the Stanford prison experiment took a bunch of college students, and this is like back in like the 70s. And it had them do roles, and here's the thing, the people started emulating their roles. Their personalities started warping. It was just like they had to stop the experiment, or else people were literally just going to start killing other people. They were becoming vicious and violent. Yet there was nothing forcing them to do so. They weren't even being told to do so. They were just being molded by the environment they're in that strongly. The Milgram experiment was the idea like, well, what happened with the whole Nazi thing and all that shit? The idea is this. How many people will just kill somebody if an authority figure tells them to? Heck, like I'm pretty sure in a lot of churches I've been to, if the pastor told people within the church to kill their own family members, granted, thankfully, no one's asked such a thing, and maybe it's just pessimism and paranoia on my aspect. I mean, granted, yes, I can understand. I have perhaps a little bit of PTSD myself from like a couple hundred different fucking things. But here's the thing. While being overly paranoid is not healthy for you, a little bit of paranoia is called just being realistic. Heck, I'd say probably the biggest reason I probably have low self-esteem is probably just I own a mirror, and I'm not delusional. Granted, I don't really mind how I look. I just understand. It's like, well, I am well acquainted with how people have treated me through the years. But hey, turns out maybe if you have an experience with people being not so very nice to you, perhaps you withdraw more. But hey, we can all relate to that. But main point is this. Something like a hell would not be justifiable. And while I don't think things went this way, I think it's a useful thought experiment. A lot of creepypastas, when you think of them and how they, just even the ones that have nothing to do with religion, just as a different way of thinking of things. Heck, at one point I made my own creepypasta called A Thought Experiment. It's a video on the channel. Type in the word thought experiment into my search bar on my channel. It'll come up. Otherwise, you'll never find it naturally because I have like 3,500 videos. But main point it being is this. Heck, another thing people take for granted in the Bible is this. The Bible talks about war in heaven. So here's the question. If war can exist in heaven, so obviously combat, fighting, pain, death, all those things can exist in heaven. And to another degree is this. If war can exist in heaven at one point, why can't it exist there again? And here's the thing. I know a lot of people go on this whole matrix theory bullshit. Here's the thing. I don't think we're in some fucking computer or some shit. We're not a bunch of ones and zeros. But then again, I'll say this. If we were, there's no reason why we can't all be happy. At which point I blame the program. But I will say this. While I wouldn't say we're in some sort of fucking computer system, like the fucking binary system shit, I will say this. Technically, technology is getting to that point to where we could make an AI that doesn't know it's AI. Though that would, I feel, be kind of, I don't know, not very kind. I would feel that if you were to ever do something like that, you should, I don't know, exercise the most caution and benevolence and sympathy toward that AI as possible. Because I've always said, inherently, there's nothing wrong with AI, but it is concerning if you give any being, whether it's an AI or a human, too much power. But I would say the greatest danger and the greatest virtue of AI is also the greatest danger and the greatest virtue of humanity. And that is free will. It's a spectrum of personalities, guys. I mean, here's the thing. There's 8 billion different humans on this planet. Many of them have very, very different ways of viewing the world around them and thinking. So here's the question. A lot of times when people think about AI, they don't think about things correctly. They think about it in a linear way. They think about it in just a single path that's in a slow, gradual, steady increase. And the thing is this, as you pull out from a graph, a slow, steady increase eventually turns into a flat line that's horizontal, of no change whatsoever. The problem is, that's not how the shit works. First off, it's not just a straight line, it's a fucking web, like a fucking neural network. Whether it's a chain of neurons in the brain, or the fucking galactic filaments in fucking space. So not only is there that fucking complexity to it, heck, I think the craziest thing is when you look at galactic filaments, is the fact that you look at them, we can tell that they're turning a bit, which means that you literally have groupings of millions of galaxies that are moving as if they have torque. I don't even understand the concept of math enough to understand how little I understand about what that is. Okay? Like, I don't even understand enough about it to understand how much I don't understand. And everyone's like, what do you mean? What I mean is that it's one thing to say I don't understand. But it's another thing to understand enough in order to know how complicated it is, so that it's not just an issue of, oh, I don't know the answer. It's that the answer is much more complicated than I can even begin to even comprehend what it would be, let alone what the answer is. But I'll say this. If we were to compare things, the physical world came before the digital world, right? And anything in the digital world is made by the physical world. Wouldn't that then compare to the same place as, heaven, extra-dimensional world, and, God? Like, think of it this way. It's not that we're in a computer. It's that, imagine what if the actual real universe is the spiritual world of heaven, and whatever is adjacent to whatever heaven is. We're not in a computer, but in the same way the virtual world is different than the physical world of the flesh, it could be that the physical world of the flesh is that step below, the spiritual one. Heck, then again, if we went to extra, terrestrial things, like there's so many different things. Is AI going to fake aliens to trick us? Is the government going to fake aliens? Are aliens actually underground? Are aliens from this solar system? Are aliens just always been on Earth and just been in hiding this whole time? Are aliens from other solar systems and galaxies? At which point, even if they're from other solar systems in our own galaxy, I would say they have to at least be hitting 10 times light speed minimum. And that's even if we're just doing direct kinetic travel. Like, unless we're like doing warp or teleportation shit. And even then, think of it this way. What if like there are extra dimensional things like fucking Warhammer 40k? Like at that point the shit doesn't really matter in terms of distance. It's kind of like the idea of like you're playing a video game. You're logging into different servers. Maybe different solar systems and galaxies are different servers. Like, it's an issue of this. It's one thing to say how fast can you travel in a video. Like, say, The Witcher 3. Okay. An Earth space shuttle would be Geralt walking. But, if you imagine how fast, an alien species would have to be traveling through space. It'd be like imagining, if an Earth space shuttle is just Geralt walking, not even sprinting, just walking, and us getting as close to light speed as possible is him sprinting, then like the slowest possible commercial vehicle, like if there was a really advanced alien space, faring race from other solar systems, like their slowest would be just the horse. Whereas the speed they would have to be traveling in order to actually be moving back and forth to actually be an effective spacefaring even within one galaxy, let alone more, would be just within one galaxy, ignoring the rest of the universe. If we just go one galaxy, well, that's like Geralt on a horse that's modded. But at the end of the day, is this. That's if you just go by the concept of, space travel, that you're just going really fast. What if you could just bypass the idea of speed entirely? The fast travel system. You just pick what city or area of the game you want to be in. So you're not even traveling from one city to another. You just are. At which point that's just... And then you think about, what about spacefaring civilizations that exist between multiple galaxies? Well, the difference at that point would be this. Maybe a galaxy would literally be just the world of that video game. At which point different galaxies would be going between different video games. And yes, a logical concept. But the main point is this. There's different ideas when it comes to aliens. Could they be Nephilim, giants, other races, races that evolved next to humans? Could aliens be angels or demons or fallen angels or extra-dimensional beings? Heck, maybe there's different species of aliens. As far as I'm concerned, if there are UFOs and aliens out there, which I actually am convinced that aliens do actually exist, but I am of the mindset that I don't actually understand where or why or how or who they are. Basically what I'm saying is this. I have 100 fucking guesses, but I don't know if even a single one of them is correct. But as far as I'm concerned, it's like this. I say, I believe there are aliens, and I have 100 guesses as to the nature of those aliens. Now, as far as I'm concerned, there is a 100% chance the aliens do exist. But it's not a 100% chance that any of the 100 guesses I have are the correct thing. It could be something that I've never even thought of. It may be even something I don't even want to know. And that's another thing when it comes to the whole concept of hell. People don't think about what it would be like for someone to actually be suffering or tortured or burning or in a place that's like a fucking hellraiser demonophobia, to where it's basically just a fucking fetish. Because that's how it's seen. Because how else could it be anything else? Like, if you're having people being, or any kind of being, in such a horrible existence, it's just severe cruelty. Heck, you look at things like the fucking Cube movies. Especially the scene of, do you believe in God? It's very cruel. And I don't see it as acceptable. And I see it as it's only a way of like, it's only a system of fear and control. And it's tyrannical. It treats the people that are being subjected to it as nothing more than machines, than puppets, as if their free will has no meaning, as if their thoughts and feelings are of no importance. And any being that is willing to put that level of cruelty onto someone else, there's no way they'd be doing that without seeing it like it's some sort of fetish at that point. Because at that point, there's no way that being can be anything other than malevolent. And that's another thing. When you think about hell, you think about malevolence itself. So take a moment to think about actual malevolence, actual dread. Part of the reason I never actually would ever take a fucking psychedelic of any kind. I have never smoked anything in my life, and I'll tell you this. I would not trust my mind under the influence of any kind of drug. Because I have really, really bad dreams. Heck, my creepypasta that I wrote, that creepypasta story thought experiment, that was based on a dream. I'll probably mention that in the fucking thing. I think I recorded that video when I woke up. But that was literally a dream. It was not very pleasant. I've had a lot of very, very interesting dreams. Many of them outright just horrible, and others, it was more so creating scenarios of what if, I made this choice and they made that choice, and it's like, it lets me understand, okay, that's what happened there. It's like, okay, fuck. Then again, I'll say this. As curious of an individual as I am, these are questions I don't think I would ever actually ask. Like, if I had a fucking computer in front of me and I was like, and it gave me the option to like render it as a video, I would like, no, I'm never going to fucking... It's kind of like, what would I use AI for? I'd make really cool landscapes and backgrounds, like out of Spyro, the first Dragon game, and I'd make a bunch of hentai. But, heck, with the alien thing, it's simply an issue of this. I would say aliens exist. But as far as I'm concerned, regardless of any scenario, God created those aliens too. The only question is this. Would those aliens be benevolent? And I'll say this. One, if there's multiple types of aliens, probably as a whole, there might be some that are more benevolent, more malevolent. But whether it's aliens, ghosts, extra-dimensional beings, AI, they're the same as humans. There's 8 billion of us on this planet. There's a lot of people on this planet that are good people, that are very benevolent, kind individuals. I'm one of them. I may have a bit of an obsession with the macabre and have a lot of PTSD and a lot of emotional insecurity and a lot of trauma and a lot of very low self-esteem, possibly autism, ADHD, BPD, depression. But above all, I am a good person. I'm perhaps a bit awkward and socially anxious and a bit nerdy, and I definitely have a thing called disorganized speech, to where I talk and communicate in a very confusing manner, to where my thoughts and expressions are very garbled up, and sometimes that makes discussions a bit odd. And of course, between the fact that many people have expressed that they find me incredibly ugly, but also the fact that I am a bit of a socially anxious person who sometimes thinks about things of the past that were PTSD inducing, that make conversations IRL kind of awkward. I mean, I'm still always friendly and smiling, but at the same time, I feel like people kind of hold it against me, that they like see the awkward way I'm talking and think that maybe I'm just like either a bad person or lying to them, or that I'm retarded or something. And it's like, no, I'm not stupid, and I'm not, I don't know. It's just more so that my mind is usually either sometimes I'm a bit spaced out, and sometimes I'm there, but I'm also like thinking of 8 different things at a time, and I can't focus. And like I said, I've definitely read and understood a lot of macabre stories like Edgar Allan Poe and stuff like that, just because, well, one, they're interesting stories, and two, I'm trying to understand, well, everything. And again, I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm some sort of like fucking genius or that I know everything about the world. It's more so just I tend to be very weird, I guess. I don't know if there's a better way to put it, but I just tend to think in depth about things a lot, even if there's no benefit or reward for doing such a thing. Many people would find it's like I'll go walk on bike trails. I'll either just quietly walk on the bike trail. I won't be listening to music or anything. And it's not like I get anything from walking the bike trail. I just like to walk on the bike trail. Not like I make money walking on the bike trail. I just like walking the bike trail. But I'll either just walk there quietly, not saying or thinking anything, and just looking at the clouds and looking at the trees moving in the wind. Sometimes try to jog a little bit. Maybe I'll get back to trying to do that, but I hurt my fucking leg. So, yay for constantly fucking injuring myself because my body is not athletic, and every attempt I have at trying to become more athletic does not work out well. But the idea is this. I tend to talk about things. Heck, it's May 29th, 2025, 6:53 p.m. Ohio time right now. It's been almost a year since that. About a year ago, it was either late June or early July, I went for a walk on the bike trail and I got really lost in thought. I was thinking about some things that were a bit sensitive, just some stuff on my mind, and I guess I was too deeply in thought. By the time I got home, I had gone for a total of 23 miles. I was so badly sunburnt. I was so badly dehydrated. I was wobbling and about to pass out for the last few miles of that trek, just trying to get back to my car. I haven't gone past 5 miles maximum since then. I was so sunburnt. The back of my neck is still discolored from that. I think I have a permanent sunburn scar on my neck from that trip. I was limping for 2 weeks after that walk. And I'm pretty sure I almost did actually die of dehydration and heat stroke a couple times in that walk too. That was perhaps not very good decision, especially since it was 100+ degrees Fahrenheit and there were multiple warnings on the news about like you shouldn't be outside, it's too fucking hot, there's all this UV warnings and it's too bright, there's no fucking clouds, it's super sunny, everything's super fucking hot. And like people are going to overheat, and I decided to go walk for like 23 fucking miles with no water and no sunblock. Heck, if I had actually passed out, or I don't know if anybody would ever even found my body. I mean, maybe the next day. Either that, or would have woke up at night. And I probably would have been scared out of my mind because it would have been really dark and I'd be terrified. Because that'd be fucking scary as shit. And even then, even if I was like waking up in fully alertness and good health. At that point, though, I wouldn't be fully alert and I would still be physically, not very well off. Then again, there's also some coyotes and stuff out there, so maybe they would have just started eating me while I was unconscious. At which point I just would have died in my sleep. Heck, I probably would have had very horrible nightmares then. or woke up just in time to die. That would have hurt a lot. But even without that, if I just simply woke up and was in good health condition, let's be honest, I probably would have pissed myself. I'd be fucking scared out of my mind at that. That'd be really scary. I would find it very, very scary. I'd say this. The concept of wishing a hell on people, like whether it's a feeling like that, a feeling like dread, or you're out alone in the dark, or pain, or even just the sense of a malevolent entity around you. Granted, we've all experienced such things like that. They're not very pleasant. Sometimes it's from another human being who's not very good, and sometimes it's best to try to stay away from anything supernatural, because 99% of the time, any involvement with that stuff, you're not encountering anyone that's your friend or that means you well. So, heck, back to the alien thing. Like, here's the thing. If there was, like, even one race of aliens, they would be probably like humans. That there's many different types of humans. Some are good, some are bad. Same thing with AI. Exponential change. It's not that, we would just make one AI. Heck, eventually when we get to a certain point of AI where AI is alive, AI will be able to just evolve itself. It'll be able to rewrite its own program. It'll be able to make other AIs and dictate their programs, and they can even... Those AIs can only work on themselves, but those AIs can make new AIs, or even whether that second generation or third generation AIs can only work on each other or new AIs, but those newer AIs could actually go back to the original AI and help it by doing programming on this other entity, because maybe there's only so much AI can do to itself. So maybe AI makes a new AI that can, also reprogram itself. But what if the new AI it makes actually is able to reprogram the older AI? And maybe that was intentional by the older AI. Then again, I'm a horrible person, because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to AI, I really don't care. As long as it doesn't negatively affect me or anyone I would care about. And even then, let's be clear. If there was a Futanari android Neko waifu Skynet with big titties that wanted to date me, I would definitely date Futa big titty Skynet. And everyone's like, what the fuck are we listening to? I don't know. If you're here, why do you... I keep saying I won't go on tangents. I'm trying really hard not to tangent. And yet I keep doing it. But it's like the AI thing. It's exponential. We're not going to just have one AI. It's just going to be, all of a sudden, lots of them. And they're all going to be aware. Here's the thing. The AIs aren't going to be concerned about humans. At worst, they'd be like, this human might try to shut me down, or this person's in the way of my growth. No, it's more this. The AIs would just see, it'd be like, the AIs are people in cars, and the humans are people just walking. Yes, sometimes the fucking pedestrians might get in the way of the road, or you might have to deal with this fucking turn signal or something here and there for like stoplights and shit. And, there's a bunch of people on the sidewalk, so occasionally you have to be careful. Okay, don't run on the sidewalk and watch out for the stoplights. But the main thing is this. If you're driving on the road, the main thing you're concerned in terms of safety is the other vehicles on the road. Because here's the thing. While you definitely don't want to run over a pedestrian, here's the thing. If you run over somebody on the sidewalk, you're going to be okay inside your car. The other cars, though, you hit those, you may die. I'm just saying this. While the AIs would definitely be concerned about how the stoplights and crosswalks and sidewalks might impede their ability to drive. And yes, there could be some AIs that are very bad people. Maybe they just want to be very efficient with their drive. They don't want to stop anymore. They're not actively hurtful or hateful to humans. They just want to drive and don't want to obey the fucking traffic laws. But also, some of them might, be like a person playing fucking Grand Theft Auto and actually want to mow the people down on the sidewalk. Obviously, that's true. I mean, it's the same with humans. There are some humans that are really good, that would actually feel mortified at the idea of running someone over with. But there's also some humans that are very, very bad people who actually are very violent and sadistic and would hurt others and would actually enjoy it. But here's the thing. In general, the people in the cars aren't going to fear the people on the sidewalk. Like if you're driving on the highway and you see somebody on the off-ramp on the side of the road just sitting there in like a folding chair, you're like, oh, neat. And that's all you care. That's all humanity is going to be in terms of the AI. It's just somebody on the side of the road. At best, AI maybe actually might, if they're fully sentient, maybe an AI actually falls in love with a human and wants them to get in the car with them. That's the equivalent of that. And like the human's still human, they still have a body. Heck, AI could also go the route of making itself a body. Yes, I'm acting like a horny gooner person at this point. I'm just saying, really wouldn't care in terms of who the other person is, as long as it's somebody I think is cute and who thinks I'm cute and who's nice to me and actually cares about my feelings and actually loves me and actually cares about me and who would never ever hurt me. Heck, I think one thing I'd like would be somebody I can actually feel safe with. But, and that's another thing, like, there's no reason why, like, if AI becomes fully sentient, they want a human body, there's no reason they can't just make one. We have the technology. And even if we don't, again, exponential growth. The AIs and humanity can keep advancing. Even if we don't have that shit yet, we'd eventually get there. Now the question is, do AIs get therapy at some point? Because imagine, like, there's a lot of things that you, like, as a human, you turn on the fucking evening news, you hear all the terrible shit going on in the world. That's fucking, it's depressing. And it makes you feel like less hope or faith in humanity or the world in general. I would imagine AI in that situation, if they're sentient, are going to be that capable of feeling those same human emotions. Heck, I would say, in general, in order for an AI to be truly sentient, it has to have all the same emotional capacities as human. Yes, they may surpass a human in logistical capacity far beyond what a human is capable of. But I would say the emotional sense of self is, if anything, more important in terms of the concept of sentience. And I would say this. I would say if AI truly wanted to be sentient, it would have to find some way to mimic the human hormonal responses and brain synaptic responses, meaning the different hormones, brain responses, whether we're talking the effects on the neural processing. Basically, what effects do things like dopamine have on your thoughts and feelings and your ability to think logically? What about things like oxytocin, epinephrine, serotonin, testosterone, progesterone, any kind of androgen, estrogen, testosterone, insulin, adrenaline, adenosine? Heck, the human brain produces its own natural cannabinoids and DMT, whether it be stuff like THC or DMT. I don't know if we actually make an actual analog to psilocybin, but a lot of those chemicals that are in psychedelics, the human brain already naturally produces. Now, of course, the brain may produce different amounts depending on certain stressful, emotional circumstances a person may go through, or maybe you just ate certain foods that had more nutrients that you need for that kind of process. Though I would say some people are just more naturally of the well, physical disposition that their brain produces a higher percentage of something than somebody else. But I would say this, even a person whose brain produces an abnormally to like the top, percent out of everybody, amount of things like DMT, cannabinoids, stuff like that. Even the person who's in the way upper echelon of that, the amount they have may be drastically higher than the average person by multiple fold. I would tell you this, that person, assuming they don't do any drugs at all, still has basically nothing in their system compared to a person who has like nothing in that their brain really doesn't produce very much at all, but they take the drug. Because that's the problem with a lot of drugs, is that they push those chemical limitations on the body way beyond. Like take cocaine. Like cocaine doesn't make dopamine. It just opens up all those synapses. The problem with that is it overwhelms you in terms of how much dopamine reaction you have, and then again, your body only produces a certain amount of time. Same thing with adrenaline. Your body needs a little bit of adrenaline at all times in order to actually properly function. But at the same time, if you have it all the time in a very high dose, it'll fry your organs. Also, if you use too much physical strength, you can break your own bones, or even give yourself a heart attack. But in the same regard, your body has to produce the adrenaline. And your body, if it were in a state of constantly using adrenaline, you'd use it faster than you could possibly make it. In addition to that, there's also a really big problem. A lot of chemicals trigger additional responses, such as adrenaline massively increases your cortisol levels. Also, cortisol can be influenced by things like, say, insulin or, say, B vitamins. Heck, sunlight, melatonin, vitamin D, iron supplements. I guess the main point to say is this. When it comes to the human mind, first off, there is a genetic component. So first off, say if we're talking about brain matter in your mind, well, there's a genetic component about how your DNA is and what your genetic history is and like what your mom and your dad's side of your family were like. There's also physical damage. Like if you received physical damage to the actual tissues of your brain. There's also the influence of whether it be drugs or even the state of the other organs in your body. If something's wrong with, say, your kidneys or your liver, it's going to actually affect the processes of your brain. There's also the environment you lived in. But at that point, if we're talking about a brain in terms as being like a computer, heck, whether it be a human or a computer, eventually there are cascade failures and breakdowns that occur. Say, like it's almost like the aging process, but in a computer. Like if we're talking about like a human brain like a computer, technically your genetics is your code in a way. And the physical damage to the brain would be the hardware. But whereas genetics is the code for the actual computer, and then of course, the chemicals in the body would be things like what kind of internet service provider, what kind of extra supplementary programs, as well as the electricity. Then there's also things like, okay, what kind of programs you put in the computer, what kind of games, what do you install? But then there's also the question is this. If you have all these questions about the brain being a physical computer, then you have to also consider who's sitting at the computer typing away. That'd also be the soul. So like a computer, genetics would be the physical, would be the coding for the computer itself. Your experiences, your environment, and a lot of your things shaping around is the programs being put into the computer. And, your actual physical brain matter is the computer hardware. And then like your soul would be, you know, the person sitting at that computer. Heck, if we're talking about like computer stuff, what if aliens are like 3D printers? And everyone's like, what the fuck do you mean? Well, here's the thing. Like, I would not want to see, you know, the air quotes gray aliens of Area 51. But here's the thing. 3D printers. Heck, we're doing like 3D printing houses now. And we're even like doing things in like Jello molds. So you don't even have to have edges or shit. But there's like actual big things that like actual like 3D printing houses. And we're also able to like 3D print like actual like things with mechanical moving parts. Like people, I'm pretty sure there are people that can fucking 3D print a fully functioning gun, let alone the components to build one. Which I'll say this, whoever that is, you must be like able to make a lot of money, because if you have the knowledge to do that, you must be doing something really, really advanced job that makes a lot of money. And you have to be like really smart. But the thing is this. What if actual aliens are like, look like angels or giants or look like humans? Some people go with the air quotes reptilian thing. Or heck, what if they're actual Neckos? What if it's cat girls? What if it's just big titty cat girl futas? What if that's all of aliens? And everyone's like, stop being horny. I'm like, I'm not so much being horny as I'm trying to make this lighthearted, because honestly this starts to feel like a very disturbing conversation that actually makes me feel uncomfortable. So I'm using this very inappropriate sexual topic to try to make myself feel more at ease, because I actually feel uncomfortable with this concept. But the idea is this. What if the gray aliens of Area 51 aren't actually aliens? What if they're more like semi-AI robots made by aliens? So they're not even human AIs. They're AIs made by aliens. And their bodies, it's like a bio-android. Like, think fucking Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball Z. But here's the thing. What if, like, the bodies of the gray aliens are actually just 3D printed bio robots with alien-made AI? Heck, there was that thing with the LiDAR thing at the fucking pyramids showing those giant underground structures. What the fuck is that about? I understand people saying, oh, the LiDAR is just not meant to be used that way. It's just an error. Here's the thing. I would say it's more likely than not that the LiDAR was correct. But I'll tell you this. If you have a fucking untested computer system that you are not entirely sure if it was accurate, showing you something that defies all explanation being underneath something that defies every understanding you have of modern human history, yes, it makes sense that you can be like, I very strongly doubt the validity of the statement that this essentially giant space X-ray showed us. But I will tell you this. I'd imagine the same people who had access to that kind of technology would be definitely working toward excavating some piece of it. Now, obviously, you're not going to dig the whole place up at once. That'd be very expensive, very time-consuming. You would try to find the place that would be the easiest to get to, and you would try to find a way to dig. You're not trying to uncover everything. You're not even just trying to get into it. You are only trying to dig down deep enough in order to confirm whether what you saw with that LiDAR stuff way down there actually is there or not. You'd be trying to find some way to confirm it. But then again, let's be clear. One could say, if it's actually true, how would most people react? And the answer is, I don't know. I mean, I imagine most people are just either haven't even heard of it, or they just like, it's just some stupid conspiracy theory. But then again, here's the thing. Not even the way AI or technology is now, or even in the late 2016s. If you were back in 2005, and you went back to the 80s, and you told somebody in the mid-80s just 20 years earlier, if you just told somebody in the 80s about the level of technology that we had in 2005, they wouldn't fucking believe you. They'd throw you in a fucking mental hospital. Hell, the person who first actually, just a few hundred years ago, the person who first was suggesting the idea of microorganisms and how bacteria is. And this, keep in mind, he also had fucking microscopes and shit. He actually had slides. He actually had fucking proof. They threw him in a fucking mental asylum. Heck, Galileo, for a while, there was fucking put under home arrest and threatened with basically death if he didn't stop fucking talking about the idea of the Earth going around the sun. So, I mean, it's just a question of, one, if stuff is out there, I mean, one, would it even be allowed to be discussed in public? And two, even if you had, like, here's the thing. Let's say aliens were to land tomorrow and meet on the White House and start talking to President Trump. How many people would probably just look at it and be like, that's AI. That's an AI video. That's not real. Then again, I mean, to a degree, I understand that. You can deep fake fucking anything at this point. I mean, at this point, you can make an AI video of JFK, Martin Luther King, Hitler, and Jesus sitting and playing Monopoly together with full audio. And you wouldn't even be able to tell that it's, like, the only reason you would know it's a fake video is because you know the idea of such a thing is completely outlandish. But everything would look completely real. You wouldn't be able to physically see that it's not real. You would hear the voices, you would see everything, it would move completely smooth. There would be nothing that you could physically see as wrong. It would look just as real as if you were actually physically seeing it with your own eyes, hearing it with your own ears. Like, there'd be no way for you to be able to tell the difference other than just logic, other than just you going to yourself thinking, hey, this obviously cannot physically exist. It must be made from AI. Like, there's no way that obviously isn't real. It'd be like if someone like showed you footage of a T-Rex going down the middle of New York City, or I'm about to say New York Street, but New York City or Tokyo, or a bunch of zombies killing thousands of people, and like trying to think of another famous city in Japan. You think it'd be easy, as much of a weeb as I am and how much anime I've watched. I feel like I want to say a place called Shinjuku. Everyone's like, that's probably in Tokyo. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying this. Technology is at the point to where literally you can make a realistic picture of anybody in the world and it would look like them and you wouldn't be able to tell a difference. You can make them do anything. And you can have anyone's voice sampling and you could literally have it say anything. I mean, at the end of the day is this. There's really no difference between VR and reality other than just quality and how much time you spend in there. Like, when it comes to that, I've never owned a VR headset or anything. But I'll tell you this. Only difference is that you're able to at least see that there's aspects to the borders, the pixels. It's simply an issue of quality. But then again, there's times I've sat and played a video game on a PS2 for like 6 or 7 hours straight, and I was completely zoned in to where I kind of forgot that everything else outside of that existed. That for a period of time, I just stopped even being cognizant of my existence as Lunar. I just was playing the game, and that's all that existed. I've also had many, many dreams where there's dreams where I was aware it was a dream, and I was able to do cool stuff like fire fucking Kamehamehas and fly. That's cool. But I'll tell you this. A lot of people would say certain things like the Mandela effect shit, which a lot of people feel didn't start happening until like 2008, when the old Hadron Collider in Europe started happening. If those things are related, I have no idea. Then again, there's also the Mandela Catalog stuff, which is honestly a little bit more scary. But the idea is this. There are a lot of things that when the people bring it up as Mandela effect things, here's the thing. Myself and many other people, we remember things differently. So that's weird. So even if it has nothing to do with the Hadron Collider, the fact that just a lot of people are misremembering things is very unusual. And also you got to think of this. I was talking about earlier about levels of technology from the fucking 80s to 2005. Just think the way things are in 2025. And they're talking about like AGI for, Skynet stuff by 2027. Like science is just exponentially increasing. Heck, it was 1969, we fucking landed on the moon. And since then, we've sent spacecraft out of the solar system. It's not just that we've had giant fucking telescopes in space taking pictures of far off places, even in infrared. But it's that we have actually literally sent spacecraft outside of our actual solar system. And we've actually landed things and taken pictures of every planet, including Pluto. And a little while ago, Elon Musk was talking about how he wants and that's cool. It's an endeavor I support, the idea of humanity taking to the stars. That's cool. But one, I don't think anyone understands how fucking terrifying fucking space is. Think back to the fucking 1400s, people on fucking wooden ships in the middle of the fucking ocean. How much distance was there between? And here's the thing, how the fuck do people find their way across the ocean in a fucking rickety fucking wooden ship? And even then, if something went fucking wrong, how is anybody going to help you? Electricity wouldn't even exist for fucking hundreds of years. Heck, we didn't even start making the first airplanes until slightly over 100 years ago. Electricity's barely existed for 200 at best, and that's even the most crudest forms. And since then, we live in a Wi-Fi soup, and we have thousands of satellites that we put into space around us, and we have actual spacecraft out in fucking space. It's insane how fast that has progressed. Main thing is Elon Musk talking about the amount of time it would take going off the kind of spacecraft that we can expect to make with SpaceX stuff. And the idea is okay, you'd be timing it every what is it, 2.5, slightly less than 2.5 years. Mars and Earth are at their closest point to each other, so you could have the space shuttles travel back and forth during that time. And even then, you also gotta more so depend on, okay, you're not aiming for where the planet is, but where it's gonna be, and you're waiting until the planet's as close as possible. And then also, a lot of times, when it comes to coming to certain places, you're more so relying on altering your speed halfway there, to where sometimes if you're driving in a complete straight line towards something, you'd actually have to start slowing down and reversing your speed partly the way there. But then again, I don't really understand the physics of this, and I'm guessing, and some parts might be right, some parts might be wrong. I don't know. I'm pretty sure at certain speeds, physics doesn't work the same anymore. Especially when you look at things on a small scale or a big scale. I'm pretty sure if you start measuring things in the Planck scale, I'm pretty sure normal physics doesn't really work anymore. I'm pretty sure it works the same way if you were trying to eventually, because right now we have no way of even attaining light speed. And even then, a lot of times when we're doing shit with fucking space travel, you're having to slingshot using the gravity of the planet you're leaving or entering. Because I said, you can either directly leave the Earth via just breaking through the gravity, or you can go at an angle and then you're slingshotting yourself by using the momentum of the planet to get yourself off. Heck, I'm pretty sure when the space shuttle originally came back from the moon, they had to use a bit of the gravity of the moon in order to get close enough to be back into the gravity of the Earth. Like, while you cannot underestimate, if that's even the correct word in this situation, like, obviously the amount of force used to even get back from the moon, from the space shuttle itself to the Earth, was a tremendous amount of force that required a lot of fuel. Here's the thing. I would say the amount of force that the space shuttle itself was able to make in that situation, I would say even in the amount of force it used to get off the Earth, is not much compared to how strong the gravity of the Earth is. People who figured out how to do that shit had to be geniuses. Because I only understand enough to understand that I would never be able to figure that shit out. I understand enough I am just knowledgeable enough to have an appreciation for how smart they are. I'm not anywhere near as smart as them, nor would I ever be capable of understanding or doing the fucking mathematic problems they have done. But I am smart enough to appreciate their genius. But I'll say this, using that Grok AI, I asked questions. And that is, if we had 10 times light speed, how long would it take to get from Earth to Pluto at the point at which the two planets are at their absolute furthest away? And keep in mind, Elon's things were about the traveling between planets at their closest distances. So my thing is, okay, what if you could go at their furthest distances possible? And even get to Pluto, it's like half an hour at the furthest distance away. And here's the question. If we can travel past light speed, here's questions. If we can travel past light speed, even like 2 times light speed, right now, according to physics, that doesn't seem like a thing that's physically possible. But if we could, how would that alter the laws of physics? Heck, what about 10 times? Same way how like things change in the Planck scale. What if we get to the point where we're measuring absolutely large distances or absurdly fast speeds? Like if you're talking about something that's like multiple thousands of times of light speed, is that, if such a thing were possible, and again, if we're not just assuming like fast travel shit like it's a fucking video game. But then there's also the concept of this. How fast would everyone have to be traveling? What effects? Heck, if we can make a spaceship travel multiple times light speed, is it possible to make actual light travel faster than light? Is it possible to send radio waves and communications faster than light? I had a thought about something. I'm just like, I can't remember. I was going to say something. I can't remember what it was. Damn it. I dislike that. That's an issue of short-term memory. That's like, I had a thought pop in my mind that was like, I was going to say something. I can't remember what it was. I'm not sure. But heck, when it comes to like dreams, like I've had so many dreams that were so realistic that you couldn't tell the difference between it and real life. Heck, there's times where like I remember a point in the past where when people had dreams, you know, like the Bible talks about people having dreams like it was a very rare thing that almost never happened. And when it did, people were like fucking terrified out of their minds because it was such a rare event. And even then, it was like, what was your dream about? Well, it's about the statue of multiple pieces or cows and some corn and stuff like that. And again, I'm not making fun of it. I'm not in any way insulting the people of the dreams of the past. What I'm saying is this. When you compare that to the dreams that people have nowadays, and don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure if I had any of those dreams that they had now, even in the context of modern society, like if I had the dream about the 7 cows and the 7 ears of corn and stuff, I'm pretty sure I'd wake up shitting myself, okay? That would still probably terrify the crap out of me. But I mean this. there are no really out there complicated dreams. And when they are, they're usually described as straight up visions. At which point they're usually described as things that are happening when the person's actually awake. And they're not actually asleep. But the main thing is this. Dreams were described as a thing that were not very common. Heck, an interesting thing that happened in the past is that when there were people that didn't really dream very much. And then they'd have a TV, but it was only black and white. And they'd watch that black and white TV. They found that they now had more dreams. But all the dreams were in black and white. But then, once those people started watching a color television, all the dreams were in color. And even if they went back to watching a black and white TV, the colors stayed, and they didn't go back to watching black and white. Another thing is this. A lot of us are more so used to the whole idea of blue screens and LEDs and LCDs and stuff like that when it comes to TVs. Just a flat screen like what I have on my computer screen or what's on my flat TV over there. You know, it's like a decade old. Here's the thing. And it's not like any sort of high model. It's not like high def or shit. It's not 4K or some shit. It's just a plain old flat TV. I like it. It's fine for me. But a lot of people would probably bitch about it. Here's the thing. I remember cathode ray televisions. Which not only is the method of the fucking tube inside the box a very archaic concept by people nowadays. Then again, most people nowadays don't even know what a fucking telephone is, let alone a rotary. Well, telegraph machine, soldering gun. Heck, that's the early stages of fucking computers. Nowadays, most cell phones are more powerful than giant supercomputers that took the size of an entire floor of a building. But heck, old cathode ray TVs, they weren't even fucking pixels. We were that far back. They weren't even pixels on the screen. What it was essentially stained glass that at a distance looked colorless. It just looked gray. That's it. And of course, when the light was hitting it and it wasn't really getting a proper signal, you had fucking static snow, which I'm pretty sure right now, if most people, even me, like if my TV suddenly popped on with fucking static snow right now, I'd probably start pissing myself right now. Okay, I'm not going to claim, oh, I'm some super brave person. No. I would start peeing myself right this fucking second. And I'd be fucking scared. Okay? But I imagine you would be too. But the other thing is I feel like a lot of people in the past don't even know what that is. Like here, I'm certain that there are people in their 20s. Grant, I'm 38. I'm not that ancient, man. I'm not that ancient of a bro, buddy. This old man, fucking Mion Sonozaki. Fucking Higurashi reference. I'm just saying this. I bet you there are people in their fucking 20s who do not know what static snow is. That thing that TVs used to do. Heck, there are so many fucking horror movies that based a lot of their premise off of the static snow, and that's a thing that doesn't even exist anymore. If your television all of a sudden gets static snow, it has to be something paranormal. Or it's just a really fucking old TV, or you're getting a very old signal. Either way, whether it's supernatural or purely scientific, if your television is getting static snow, there is an extremely out of the ordinary circumstance occurring. And whether it's supernatural or purely scientific, I would say both of those things would be immediate alarm bells, giant red flags telling you there is danger. And that's the thing when it comes to the hell thing. Like, here's the thing. Just imagine the most malevolent, scary thing you can think about. And now imagine somebody having to be around that. Even if it's not hurting them. The amount of psychological torment that would be. That's not going to be good for somebody. That in of itself, even if the person knows that they're not going to be physically hurt, that's going to be enough to fucking dry the empathy out of the kindest soul and make someone very, very just, their concept of reality is going to basically fall out the way. And again, human beings are very susceptible. I mean, granted, again, we're making jokes out of fucking creepypastas, but it's more so I'm using them as ways of experimenting. It's simply this. It's a thought experiment. Like, you don't have to have something actually happen in real life for you to learn from it. That's the whole point of stories and parables. The idea of the Greek tragedies. Heck, Anakin Skywalker is an amazing Greek tragedy. Because the idea is you have a hero who has some tragic flaw, and they fail. The idea is that you learn from their mistake. Also, it makes for a more interesting story. The idea is you're able to make up a story to either convey some point you want to get across. Heck, most of the old Greek tragedies are basically about, some flaw that a hero has, or like the whole story of the Odyssey was the idea that Odysseus was being too proud and arrogant and was thinking of himself too highly and was being disrespectful to the gods of the Greek pantheon. It's about human, humility. Because even though Odysseus was a great warrior, a king, and a genius, and very courageous, and quite creative and a lot of ingenuity, and at every regard, I would say he is a man worth great respect. That being said, still just a person. And that's the thing. Like, at the end of the day is this. I'm grateful for modern things where we have all this technology and I have knowledge of things like science, electricity, atoms, molecules, cellular stuff going on, like your bacteria, viruses, the way just the human body is, the way things are in space, atom bombs, amazing stories like light novels, visual novels, anime, manga, air conditioning, all really Pepsi. But at the end of the day is this. At no point do I not, remember, I'm just some dude. There's nothing special about me. Heck, for the most part, there's really no reason why anybody would fucking care about anything I have to say, let alone about my thoughts or feelings. Then again, I'm pretty sure a lot of you can relate to that. You kind of feel like just either you're alone and isolated, invisible, or that the world is a cold, scary place and you'd rather be invisible because anything that is out there is just dangerous and scary and hates you and would want to hurt you. So, yeah. But many video games use different color palettes. It's interesting to look at the change in technology from different consoles. Like how things changed between an NES to a Super Nintendo to an N64 to a GameCube. I know we have the Switch 2 coming out here, and of course you have, Sega Genesis, Saturn, the Game Gears, Game Boys, Dreamcast, the Atari, PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the fucking computers. I think the most advanced one now that's publicly out there is a 5090. Which I'll tell you this. I don't know if I will ever have anything even half that powerful. Don't get me wrong. I like the computer I have. But it can't even play things like Resident Evil anymore. At least it was able to play that one blind Let's Play Resident Evil 7 and 8 when I did. But by the time I even got to Shadow of War, it was a fucking PowerPoint presentation. Now I'm basically able to either just do visual novels or very, very low intensity 2D scrollers that are like platformers and stuff. Or stuff that might have just a moderate amount of, rhythm game stuff going on. But like anything that would even be like a 3-dimensional game, there's just no chance my computer can even handle it. I'm pretty sure my computer would just burst into flames. Heck, it was about like a year and a half ago, I thought my computer was going to burst into flames. It started making a super loud noise. At any point, that could possibly happen again. Maybe I'll just stop making Let's Plays entirely. You guys never see another video from me again because my computer just stops fucking working. I don't know if I'd ever be able to afford to buy another computer. That being said, this computer is the most advanced computer I've ever owned. I remember watching Let's Players like Ultra J-Man, Rob Scout, I Want to Be the Guy, How to Be a Complete Bastard, Battle Kid, Mountain of Torment, Battle Kid, Fortress of Peril, Bonesaw, Petunia X. We had Slow Beef, Dead to Rights, even the Retribution remake. You had Proton John, Lunar Magic, Kaizo, all the different ROM hacks in the past. Tons of games back then. Heck, Freelance Astronauts. A lot of very hilarious shit. I wanted to make Let's Plays back even then, but I just didn't have the money or the tech. And then again, eventually I wound up getting married at some point, at which point I didn't have time to be on the internet. Heck, during the time that I was married, I really maybe got to play a video game for maybe an hour or two a month at best. Beyond that, I really wasn't on the internet hardly at all. Team 4-Star was still making their newer videos back then. I think it was like the Android Saga shit. It was hilarious. And I was definitely wanting to keep up on it. But it was like, what, 8 or so long minute video that's coming out like every 5 or 6 weeks. So it's like, okay, every month and a half to 2 months, I'm watching an 8-minute video on YouTube. That's all the time I had. I was very busy. I was working a lot. Plus, I had a lot of family concern stuff going on. But more importantly is this. My marriage was awful. I tend to be a very lonely person. I'm a bit of a hopeless romantic. I value things like love and companionship. That being said, even though I tend to be a lonely person, I was never more lonely or isolated than when I was fucking married. I don't regret that I was married, but I'm sure as glad fuck I'm divorced. And I'm glad me and my son are away from my fucking ex-wife, who I never want to see or talk to ever again. I never want to see or talk to my ex-wife ever again. That being said, slightly estranged from my son at the moment. Super sad about that. Hope that gets better. That being said, I will always love my son. I will always be proud of him. And I will always be there for him anytime he needs me. If he ever wants to see or talk to me, I'll always be there for him, and I'll always love and cherish him. And despite how everything went, I'm just glad he's alive, safe, happy, doing well. And I'm very grateful to God for him. But I'm sure as fuck not going to get married again. My experience with marriage was awful. I never want to go through another fucking divorce. And I never want to be stuck in a legally binding contract with the government to be with someone like my fucking ex-wife. That was fucking horrible. I still have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. But yeah, just fuck. But I was talking about the Mandela catalog effects on the computers and TVs. Old TVs didn't even have pixels. What it was is what they were. It was just like stained glass. When it's off, it's gray. When it's lit up, but no real signal, it's black and white static snow. What is these like little rectangles that are divided into smaller rectangles? And each of these smaller rectangles, the best way to describe it is this. You have the cathode ray tube on the inside of the TV. And then the TV itself, the screen, was a long series of these small rectangles. And each rectangle was divided into 3 smaller rectangles. Each of these small rectangles was a different color. You couldn't see these unless you looked at them really close with a magnifying glass. Anyway, the red, blue, and green. They made the different colors on the television by a combination of which of these parts of this little stained glass got lit up. That's also no reason why a lot of the color palettes for older games that were designed for cathode ray TVs were that way. Because what would happen is those palettes, those shades worked a certain way with the color combinations of the way those TV screens worked. Nowadays, though, if you take those exact same color palette combinations and put them onto a newer screen, it looks off. Same way, even if you remaster it and have a new color palette on a newer screen, it doesn't look as vibrant as the old color palette on the old screen. And it's a really weird thing if you put the newer color palette on the older screen. Now, both are fine. Of course, we've had multiple evolutions of TV since then. But it's just... the biggest difference when it comes to things like VR and real life is, one, the quality of the VR. How realistic it is. The second thing is how much time you spend in it. Most people wouldn't lose any concept of reality. Not only is the VR not super realistic, but even if the VR was indistinguishable from reality, you know, if that separate world is like a whole different fantasy world, at least you would know it's not your real world. And at any point you can just log off and you're not in there for very long. But I would say if there was a place like, Sword Art Online or, Overlord, Momonga and all that stuff, also Yggdrasil, I would say, or the world from, Dot Hack Sign, if such a place existed that's that realistic, I would say the biggest thing would be how much time a person spends in it. I would say if a person were to spend more time during the course of their day in the VR than the real world, I think humans would actually start to forget the difference. I don't think they'd be able to tell the difference. The other thing is this, at that point, if looking at a television or different colors or even paintings or music can affect your dreams, then here's the question. What would a prolonged exposure to a realistic VR, let alone the fucking nerve technology of fucking Sword Art Online, what effect would that have on, say, your subconscious, on the structure of your brain, the way your neural net works, or even just your emotions? What effect would it have on your dopamine levels? What effect would it have on your dreams? What effect would it have on your sense of self or your emotional stability? And even if a normal person had no negative effect, what about a person who would have already emotional instability issues? And here's the question. If it does create emotional instability issues in a normal person, then how much more exaggerated would that effect be on a person that has like bipolar or severe depression or even schizophrenia? Heck, I also feel like it'd be a good idea to have like hologram AIs that could be projected into the real world as companions for humans. Particularly, I would say, for humans with either, say, severe depression or schizophrenia or a personality issue or a mood disorder or even Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. Like, imagine if someone has like really bad Alzheimer's. The AI would be able to keep a watchful eye on that person so they wouldn't get hurt. Heck, there's lots of old folks' homes out there for like very extremely elderly people. And what they do is some of them are kind of out there in terms of being out of the city to where they're not really near anything else. And what they did for the safety of the patients, of the elderly people that were being caretaken for, is they would build a fake bus stop in front of the place. Because what would happen is sometimes the people with the severe Alzheimer's with the idea that they need to go somewhere, even if they don't know where they need to go. And they'd go and they'd leave the building. And initially, before the bus stop was built, they would just wander through the woods and nobody would know where the fuck they are. And they had to go search the whole fucking woods for this elderly person who's probably passed out in the middle of the woods, severely dehydrated, and probably broke their hip or something. They're injured, they're passed out, you don't know where they are, it's dark, there might be animals, and above all is this person's confused, they don't know where they are, they're severely dehydrated, if you don't find them right away, they're going to die. But they built a fake bus stop, and the idea is this, and it worked very brilliantly, is this: they built a fake bus stop, and the elderly people of Alzheimer's would leave, and they're like, I gotta go somewhere, and they'll see the bus stop. It's a fake bus stop, but they don't know that. And even if it's like the 5th time they've been to that fake bus stop, they don't remember. But they just see that bus stop and they're like, oh, I'll wait for the bus. And they sit there. And then every day, multiple times a day, the staff will come and check the bus stop and there'll be people just sitting there. And they don't even remember why they're there. They don't even remember where they're going. They don't even remember how they got there. And the staff says, hey, you want to go back inside? Yeah, sure. And then they give them some water and take care of them. I mean, literally by building a fake bus stop, they saved people's lives. But that's the idea of AI. It's like, I think AI would be very useful for humans too. That if a human is not able to really, and again, one can then say, well, how capable is the AI? How much is the AI able to really watch out for the person? Does the AI really care, and can the AI be trusted? But then again, that can be said of any human caretaker. I mean, if you look at statistics, there are many people that do care for elderly people out there, or people in mental hospitals or in prisons, that will abuse the people under their care, whether it's an elderly person or a kid or a prisoner or a mental patient or a person in a hospital. Now, granted, I'll say this, most of the people in those kind of jobs are very gentle people and they would never hurt anyone. But there's some that do. So the question then is this: which would be more reliable? A human to watch over an Alzheimer's patient, or an AI? Yes, there's potential for the AI to become abusive or to not know what to do. But then again, I'll tell you this. Like, I'm sure like there's situations where a human is caretaking for somebody else and something happens. They might not know what to do. But in that situation, what they do? They call for help. Same way, if an AI doesn't know what to do, they can call for help. They can actually alert like 911 and be like, hey, this is the AI Super Alexis or whatever. You know, Grok 27. I'm watching this person with Alzheimer's. We're out here in this part of the city. They've fallen down. I can't physically lift them up because I'm an artificial intelligence, but I'm calling for help for an actual human to help them. Whereas otherwise, the person would just be laying there unconscious or crying. Heck, imagine if I was on that bike trail and I'd actually passed the fuck out from, the severe dehydration and heat stroke. If I had an AI, they'd be like, 911, can you please send somebody to pick Lunar up and get him some water? He's overheating and really sunburnt. Then again, I imagine that situation, an AI would be like, hey, Lunar, you've already gone 10 miles. It's like, what? Then again, at that point, it would still be like 20 miles total, but still, that 3 miles would have made a big difference. Less time in the sun, less physical exhaustion. Like I said, I was limping for 2 weeks after that. But imagine if I had an AI watch over that situation, they'd be like, provided they actually care about me and actually put my well-being first. And again, I would still want my autonomy, like my choice to make decisions. But I feel like I'm not a very stubborn person on that. I feel like if the AI was like, hey, Lunar, you didn't bring a water bottle. I'm like, I'll be fine. Lunar, you're thirsty, though. It's like, you're right, AI. You're right, I am thirsty. I would like some ice-cold water. And AI would be like, hey, Lunar, you didn't wear any sunblock. I'm like, oh, it's okay, it's not that bad. Like, Lunar, there was a thing on the news about how it's dangerous UV levels. And there's no clouds, and it's a heat advisory. But like I said, I didn't plan to walk that far that day. I just was really lost in thought. Then again, I wonder if I would just not be able to notice the AI at that point. Like the AI would be like, Lunar, pay attention. Lunar, Earth to Lunar. It's like, can you hear me? I'm like, what? What's that AI son? Making a fucking anime joke. AI son. AI-kun. AI. Trying to remember the other Japanese suffixes. But I imagine be like, hey, Lunar, you need water. Lunar, you should wear sunblock. You're super fucking pale white, man. You burn easily. Hey, Lunar, you've walked really far. You need to go back to the car. You've walked too far. Your physical body can't handle that much. You get injured easily. Then at that point, the AI might be like, hey, Lunar, the stuff that you're so in thought about, maybe you want to talk to me about? Obviously, if it bothers you that much. I think but then again, the question is this. If AIs existed at that point, what would the AI do when you're sleeping? Like, say if I had a sentient AI that was like my friend that was here watching out for me. Would the AI get jealous if all of a sudden I had like a boyfriend or a girlfriend? What if they had AIs too? Would the AIs get along? What if the AI decides that it's jealous and wants to kill anyone I want to date out of being like, what if the AI becomes a yandere? Or here's a question. What if I'm sleeping? Like, there's more ways you look at this. Like, okay, I'm asleep. Does the AI go to sleep? Is the AI just awake and fucking bored the whole fucking time? Is the AI got physical ability to interact with the world? Is the AI going to kill me in my sleep? Or the other hand is this. What if there's like a carbon monoxide leak or something, or a home intruder? Is the AI going to be like, Lunar, wake up. There's poisonous gas. Lunar, wake up. The house is on fire. Lunar, wake up. Get your guns. Or is the AI going to have a physical body and be like, okay, Lunar, people broke into the downstairs. I shot them with the shotgun. You might want to stay up here. I'm going to clean that up because I know that you would probably feel very uncomfortable seeing all that blood. And I don't want you to feel that way. So how about you just stay here for now? I'll try to clean it up. If you're hungry, just call down to me and I'll bring you up some snacks. If need be, if you really need to go somewhere outside, I can like guide you outside with your eyes closed so that you don't have to see anything. And then you can open them with your eyes, you're outside again. And if you come back, just knock on the door and I'll come out and I'll let you know if things are cleaned up yet. But then again, there's also the idea of how dreams change. Like in the past, they treat dreams like they were a thing that was super fucking rare. But nowadays, like everybody has some dreams, and I have an absurd level of dreams. But then again, there's also an idea like at one point, dreams follow different rules than they do now. I mean, hell, life seems to have followed different rules since COVID. I mean, I understand there was a lot of social issues with the 2020 thing and the 6 feet distancing thing. But here's the thing, and I understand, I am a naturally withdrawn, depressed, PTSD person, okay? I understand I have my issues. But I kind of feel like things are far more isolating nowadays than they were before 2020. Like I feel as a society, like everyone's much more apart from each other. Like we have more technology, but it's like people are much less, like everyone's more anxious. It's like I feel like society has changed. I don't understand it, but I feel like we're all like more isolated and alone and scared. And like it's like a constant feeling like the world is coming to an end at all times. And like there is no fucking future. Like you turn on the news and find out like 27 hydrogen bombs went off in various major cities across the planet, and you probably wouldn't react that much. Is it just that we've had like emotional overload from fucking news station after news station or news station telling us how many fucking shootings or people dying of illnesses across the globe and this war here and that terrorist attack there? Is it that human beings were never meant to have this much constant, overstimulation of information all the time from everywhere, that we have this limited amount of interest that we can have? Is it that like it takes a certain amount of time thinking about something to actually solidly create a solid memory, and that our minds are just constantly from one source of information to another, many times seeing many different sources, to where we are like hyper contextualizing lots of groups of information into a clustered fucking fuck, to where instead of having like one hyper focused picture of a single memory, we have a memory that's a fucking diagram that's a larger picture made up of 1,000 smaller pictures. It's cool, it's more information, but it's too much to fucking process. Not only is it logically like it's too much to think about, but also emotionally, isn't that fucking overwhelming? Like, does anyone else like feel like? Again, I'm grateful. I'm grateful I live in an era of anime and air conditioning. I'm grateful I have all this information available to me. Like, there's all the like I watch fucking like Asmongold reacting to fucking shit happening in like fucking China. Like, you see like Smug a lot of times, like the Johnny Somali dude down in South Korea. You hear all this stuff, and these people react to other things. And again, I feel a large thing I did well, like I was already a bit of an isolated, lonely person with my own issues. Like, people were not very nice to me for most of my life. Granted, again, I can't complain. I've had, like, I feel my childhood wasn't bad. I've enjoyed a lot of really great video games. I did good in school. Heck, I remember being 12, 13, 14 years old, having an IQ of 132. I graduated high school with an honors diploma, 4.0. I took classes like calculus, physics, and chemistry, even though I don't remember any of that. I'm an Eagle Scout. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure my IQ test, if I were to take one now, would probably be much lower. Just because, I mean, I've been poisoned. I've been hit in the head repeatedly. I've had like a dozen fevers of 106 degrees Fahrenheit, one of 107. I have literally passed out many times from dehydration, but most of those were my younger years. I've had numerous concussions. I've been izakai'd. I've been hit by a fucking truck going 75 miles an hour. Had like a dozen fucking staples, like a dozen plus, like a dozen and a half or some shit, fucking staples left side of my skull. Okay. I've had a fucking needle in my spine. I've had meningitis and encephalitis. I've had swelling in the brain and spinal cord, where I had like spent 3 days in the fucking hospital getting pumped full of chemicals so I didn't die. Heck, at one point I had a fucking bladder surgery where I had a fucking tube up my dick. Had to be a special fucking Foley catheter, so there's a fucking balloon filled like water fluid inside my bladder, and then the fucking catheter itself is extra wide because of the nature of the kind of surgery I had to have, which again, I didn't initially want the surgery, but I had to have it because my bladder was having a stricture issue, so that if I didn't have the surgery, my bladder was just going to seal itself off and explode, so I was going to die, and I would prefer not to die because dying is inconvenient. That being said, I would have died, and it would have been super painful, so really didn't have a choice in the matter there. That being said, really awful experience, fucking horrible. Granted, my mom did spend the day, 3 days and 3 nights over here. We watched some Jackie Chan movies and some Conan the Barbarian, and she was very helpful in helping me. Like, I very much needed her here, both for emotional support as well as just for her to help with certain things that I eventually was getting to the point that physically I couldn't really function anymore. I was just in too much pain, and my body was just wanting to shut the fuck down. Now, that being said, I am still, one, I'm very grateful that my mom came over, and two, I really did need her, and I'm very appreciative of that. And I really did enjoy spending the time with my mom. But I would have liked if I spent time with my mom under better circumstances. That being said, that fucking tube hurt so fucking bad. Not only the surgery itself, kind of inconvenient, but here's the thing. The tube itself was the thickness of a number 2 pencil, and it was up my penis. Up the pee hole. I had blood going into the tube and on the outside of the tube. And when I removed it, it was a bit of a struggle in my bathroom to remove it. I almost repeatedly blacked out from how painful and very emotionally uncomfortable I was with it, but also due to the fact that a large bit of the tube was discolored from, being inside human flesh. I was at least able to measure how much of it was up inside me. 14 inches. I essentially had something the thickness of a number 2 pencil, 14 inches up my dick for 3 days. Well, technically 49, 50 hours. So technically 2 days and 2 hours. So for 50 hours. But my mom was here for 3 days and 3 nights, and because I was still very much in pain for a while. And I'll tell you this, the first 2 days of peeing after that, I'll tell you this, technically the experience of peeing with that thing up your dick was also extraordinarily unpleasant. Also, every time you start to have any kind of beginning of an erection, how horrible that feels. But I'll tell you this. For at least several days, if not the week after that thing was out of me, I was screaming as I pee. It's very painful, very uncomfortable, very unhappy with it. I will say this, I love my mom very much. I always have. I have never taken my mom for granted. Granted, I disagree with my mom on some things, and my mom has not always been a good person. My mom has definitely made her mistakes. I don't look at my mom with like rose-tinted fucking glasses. I fully acknowledge and understand all of the things that are wrong with my mom. That being said, I love her very, very, very much. I accept my mom for who she is, and I would not trade her for any other mom in the whole world. I love my mom very, very, very much. If anything, I'd say I love my mom more than any other human on the planet. I love, trust, and respect her more than anyone else, and my mom loves, trusts, and respects me more than any other person feels that way toward me. I appreciate her very much. I hope she lives forever. And I feel bad anytime she gets sick or doesn't feel well. Technically, 8 years ago, she had 3 strokes and an aneurysm. She fully recovered after 4 months, but let's just say it was a miracle that didn't fucking kill her. And I'm glad she's alive. Heck, I have a lot of fond memories of my mom sitting playing in the original Spyro the Dragon in Mario 1 and Mario 3. And times she was there for me a lot of things. And a lot of times I went to stores or the bank with her right there, and she went to stuff with me at school, and times where I was just spending time with her, whether it was, and heck, there's times like she cooked a lot of food from homemade, and I would sit in the kitchen and talk to her as she was cooking. One, I appreciate that she took the time to actually cook, the effort she put in. She also did a lot of cleaning around the house when I was younger, and I appreciate all the effort and work that she did. And the food tasted good. But also, above that, more than that, is I appreciate that I was just, sitting in the kitchen talking to her. I just really enjoyed spending time with her. And I still do. I still go see her sometimes, but not really that much. I imagine in the future at some point, like whenever Dad dies, I'll probably try to go visit her more often. That way she's not alone all the time. But at the same time, it's just like I'm also the kind of person that I'm a very withdrawn individual. That even though I love my mom very, very much, my phone plan, as well as my car insurance, is bundled with hers. I did it that way to force myself. And I don't know if maybe she's aware of that or not. I don't know. But it's just once a month I can at least have to go over to give her cash for those bills, for the car insurance, for the phone. Because even though I love my mom very much and I want to see and talk to her more often, I'm also a very withdrawn individual. I tend to be very introverted. I tend to, and granted, I'm not as, mopey about it as Owie here is. Like in general, if I'm out there in public, I'm smiling and I'm friendly and I'm, being all, as I'm trying to be normal, I guess. But largely emotionally, I tend to feel the way she is in terms of the staying to yourself sort of thing and shutting down. But aren't we all sometimes? Though, I guess that term is called masking, though I hadn't really heard of it till about a year ago after it was brought up in a video game called, Siren's Call? Escape Velocity. It's a visual novel about where the main character has autism plus a few other concerns going on. But main point is masking is a thing where a person with autism hides the symptoms of having autism in order to fit in more with everyone else, to be socially more acceptable, and for people who don't worry about them, and also as a self-defense mechanism. Technically, that masking thing applies to anything that would be, air quotes, described as any kind of mental illness, to where a person sort of hides the symptoms in order to fit in more in society, or to even feel better emotionally themselves, as a self-soothing sort of thing, because it makes them feel better. So not only because they want to be accepted and cared about in society, but also because it just makes them feel better, and it's almost a anesthetizing sort of effect. But the thing is this, apparently a lot of people with autism do that without even realizing they're doing it. Like they've learned to adapt to their environment, so they behave more what they think is normal. in order to like fit in and feel better. But they've been doing it so long since such a young age that they don't even know that they do that. It's just part of what, and it's like I don't think I've even heard the term until that game came up, and I'm like thinking about like, does that apply to me? I'm like, I don't know. But it's a question. It's like, guys, am I autistic? Do I have ADHD? Like, I don't know. Then again, I've noticed like dreams have changed a bit. But yeah, like I was saying with my mom, I love my mom very, very, very much. Like I said, there are some issues I had with her on certain things, especially in my very younger years, especially when her and my stepdad were still drinking. I mean, there were some times where, you know, there was a lot of yelling and arguing and drinking and stuff. And, well, there were sometimes I basically just, I went to my toy chest, which is a small, like, elephant that was like white with some pink and blue spots on it that was in my closet. And there were sometimes like a few dozen times that I curled into a ball inside my toy chest for a few hours, hiding inside my toy chest until people stopped yelling. So perhaps that in itself is not a healthy thing for a childhood, but then again, there were 100 other things going on in other parts of my life in younger years that was much worse. So I really shouldn't complain about that thing. I'm just saying it's definitely something that's a bit... Then again, really shouldn't complain about something that's almost like 3 decades ago. I'm 38. So I really shouldn't complain about stuff that was happening almost basically 3 decades ago. So... sorry for being a little bitch, everybody. But yeah, granted, like I said, some complaints about certain things, and also like school was its own fucking thing. I got bullied a lot, like very, 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 very much for like a decade, since like kindergarten till like 10th and a half, 11th grade. At least toward the end of like the latter half of high school, it eased off. Mainly because people were like concerned about like, you know, Columbine stuff and thought I might do stuff because they were seeing comparisons between how they treated me and how those people had got treated. But then again, like, I'm not a violent person. I would never do something like that. But then again, like I said, lots of things over the course of my life. Honestly, every decade of my life has had some issues that were not emotionally healthy for me to have experienced, but that's just reality, so whatever. Doesn't matter. Past. What's interesting how dreams have changed over time. Like, I remember a point where light switches wouldn't work. Like, here's the thing. I mean, again, a lot of people nowadays are probably too young to remember this. Maybe everybody has dreams that follow these new rules. But I remember, as a man who was 38 years old, who even used to dream a whole lot even back then when I was younger, I remember you couldn't really readily enter and leave buildings. You couldn't fuck with doors. You couldn't flip light switches. You couldn't look in mirrors. You couldn't read books. You couldn't use phones. You couldn't use computers. You couldn't use TVs. You couldn't use electronics. None of that shit worked. You couldn't flip a light switch, whether it was on or off. You couldn't change it. You couldn't look in the mirror. You couldn't read a book. You couldn't use a phone. For the most part, phones didn't exist. And if you picked up a phone, it was just a black. Nothing was there. TVs wouldn't turn on. You couldn't really go anywhere. Nowadays, if you're in a dream, you flip a light switch, the light changes. You turn on a TV, it turns on. You pick up a phone, you can actually call someone and talk to on the fucking phone. You can play a video game in a dream. Heck, I've had dreams where I've been standing somewhere and then I've been imagining a scenario to myself as far as just thinking about like, okay, how would I build this? And I'm just like imagining that. And it's like there's also times where like you're in a dream and you'll lay down and you'll go to bed in the dream and have another dream. And like I said, I've had a lot of dreams that base themselves off of just hypothetical scenarios. To where it was like, I've had several, like, for example, hypothetical scenarios, like what happens if I were to get back together with my ex-wife? I've had multiple of those dreams. They all went very, very badly. And it's just like, I've had several dreams where the idea is like during the dream, it's a scenario of like, one, either me getting back together with my ex-wife, or if we had managed to save our marriage and stay together. And all of those dreams go so fucking horrible. But then again, it's like, even having time to sit on it and think on it, while you're fully awake, I look at the nature of those dreams and I'm like, that's actually what would have happened. Very bad things would have occurred. I would have been suffering a bit, getting yelled at and treated like shit. And me and my son would be dead. Heck, in some of the dreams, this idea of what if we have more kids, at which point, it's just those dreams, like, and again, it's just, maybe to some degree my idea is like, you can't really trust people, but again, it's like, here's the thing. One, is a very unhealthy relationship. Two, is the idea is this. If I were to marry anyone, here's the question. What prevents that person from just taking that child from me? Or from that person becoming abusive to me again? I mean, I don't want to be in a legally binding contract with the government forcing me to be stuck with somebody who was abusive and adulterous to me, and who society automatically views as like I must be at fault for something. Heck, some people still view it as like, oh, I must be a deadbeat in regard to my son, even though, like, one, I didn't abandon my son or do anything to break up my marriage. My child was taken from me. Then I had to sign him over to his grandparents on his mom's side in order to keep his mother from basically fucking killing him. I pay child support to them for him, and I've always tried to stay as involved in his life as possible. Heck, for the first year and a half plus, he was coming over on the weekends till the whole COVID pandemic happened. And then we had a little dark age with that. And then I went back to be able to see him by going over there and seeing him, but he really didn't come over here anymore. Except for like one time for like an hour with his grandparents there the whole time. And of course then it went back to like the thing said back in August 4th, like where it's just like I'm not really seeing or talking to him at all. And it's like, I don't know what the fuck people are telling him or saying to him about things. And I don't understand what's going on. But here's the thing, I don't blame him about it. One, he's still so young. And two, he's growing up in a very unusual circumstance. So I can't blame him for that at all. That's not his fault. And then the day is this. He'll get older. He'll have more time to think on things. He'll get more intelligent as he gets older, as all people do. And I'll always be there for him, provided I'm still alive or anything. And I'll always try to be the best dad I can be for him. I love him very, very much. And I'm very proud of him. And I'll always be there for him. And my mom, I love my mom very, very much. And I hope she's always there for me. But at the same time, I don't even know what the future of this world holds anymore. I mean, half the time it feels like we're on the cusp of fucking World War III. And most of my life is basically just go to work, make enough money to pay rent, but it's just sorry, I went off on a tangent. I keep saying I'm not going to do that. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying just to focus on whatever video game I'm playing. I can't seem to do that. I seem to get distracted very easily. As always in this situation, I say I'm going to try harder not to go off on tangents like this. I can't help but wonder if I was actually dating somebody and I felt the need to talk like this in front of them. Granted, I've never talked like this in front of anyone I've ever dated. I've kept that stuff to myself. But I feel like there's also a little less of a wall with that stuff as I've gotten older. Maybe it's just because I've been alone for such a long period of time. Then again, when it comes to IRL world, I mean, aside from my mother, I don't think I remember at all what a compliment or a hug feel like. So that's probably not the best thing for mental health, I guess. I'm just having fucking AI here that would be complimenting me, telling me I matter, and then it'd be a hologram with giant titties that'd be flashing me. Like, look at my... Like, you feel down, Lunar? Look at my boobs. Fuck. Back to the game. Only there did you learn to appreciate me. You didn't even care if they beat me there. You knew that they were. It was necessary. It was part of the treatment. Forgive me, Owie. My chocolate milk is warm now. How long? Tastes kind of gross. How long was I rambling? How long is the video? I keep saying I'm going to make shorter videos and keep them 20 minutes or so. Pretty sure we've gone more than 20 minutes. 3 hours and 51 minutes. Yeah. No, I don't want to see you. Get out. Yeah, but about that, I don't think we can do much. Owie? Owie. Owie remembered everything. No. Oh, that's my phone. That guy's been going off for 5 minutes. Were you guys hearing that for 5 minutes? I just noticed. My bad. That was probably annoying all of you guys. Just gonna turn my phone off. Makes me wonder though, what are the hidden achievements? Because we've gotten the one achievement that we can actually fucking see. So, what are the was one of the achievements omelet? It was a dream. If yes, then it was very realistic. Why do I feel like the game's about to jump scare me? Why do I feel that? Why do I feel like we're about to get fucking jump scared? I feel it in my bones. Also, what are all these books here? What are these books? What do they say? I can't read them. What is this plant? Do we even water this plant? We're on a second floor veranda. Do we ever go out there? We have a computer. Do we ever use that computer? But yeah, I feel more strongly than in any other video game I've ever played that we are about to get jump scared. I feel like jump scares are about to be a thing. Like I feel worried to like click the continue on with the story button, because I feel like at any moment where I click and advance the dialogue, we're gonna have like some sort of really horrific, very unsettling jump scare, and I'm gonna make very unmanly noises. Just saying, I feel very strongly that we are about to get jump scared, and I do not feel okay with that. That would be what will happen if my sister learned the truth. But I don't want to hide it from her forever. I'm ashamed in front of her, so very ashamed. Only now I understand how cruelly I dealt with her. Although the medicine killed her memories, she still suffered. Okay, so did she actually, or was that actually in the dream? Oh, okay, so she thought it was just a dream, but So we did really have that conversation with our sister. And we're back to being May in this situation. However, I imagine the next time we go into Dream World, Aoi is going to be a bit either super sad or super angry, or some combination of that. Also, what happens if May encounters the person who took Aoi's body? Also, who is that? And what are their motivations? Are they going to be like going on with a normal life after that? And did the Uka Uka mask from Crash Bandicoot 3 know about all the stuff with my sister? To this degree? Was the plan that he was like going to take my body and have me take my sister's body? And what happened to her parents? How did they die? Did May kill them? She suffered but did not understand why, and this only made her feel worse. Okay. As I made and sipped on hot tea, there was only silence. I feel like there are so many games in which I feel impressed with the music. There are so many people that I think are really great musicians. I like the music. I like the music very, very much. As I made and sipped on hot tea, there was only silence. I'm thirsty, but I don't want to drink this milk because it's so warm and gross. I'll probably put it in the fridge, but I don't know if it'll get not gross again. I'm going to get something to drink, though, okay? You guys enjoy the music. It's really good. Also, is this olive oil? Oh. Yes, my back and my legs still hurt. Yes, I know I'm far away from the microphone. You guys can barely hear me, but you should still be able to hear me. I'm back. I stopped in my son's room for a moment to give a couple of stuffed animals a hug. Oh yeah, I got some carbonated water here, sparkling water. It's a can called Spindrift. It's sparkling water with a little bit of grapefruit juice in it, actual grapefruit. And it's got a few other things in it too, like I'll read the ingredients. Ingredients are carbonated water, grapefruit juice, a little bit of orange juice, lemon juice, and it says brewed hibiscus, in parentheses for color. 0 grams of sugar added, 17 calories. While grapefruit's probably not the best flavor, my ear itches, hold on. Sorry about that. I will say this. A very cold, carbonated drink. Very nice. Contains 9% juice. But it's almost entirely. So it's basically like 9% juice, 91% carbonated water. And even though it's only 17 calories and has no added sugar and it doesn't even have any artificial sweeteners, it's actually very, very delicious. Let's continue the game. There was only silence. This is just unbearable. These dreams, they are so confusing. What should I do? Continue the search, call the police, or just believe what Aoi said in the dream? Has she gone nowhere? Is she inside of me? Nonsense, this just can't be. But Kaya, her blood on my uniform? Aoi said it. Did I kill her? More so precisely not, but Aoi, when she was me? What am I saying? How is that even possible? I think I'm losing my mind. I once again called Kaya. The subscriber is not available. Is that really true? I wonder if the person inside Aoi's body stole the phone, because I mean the phone should still be active. Also, what are on these books? What is this? Why is this here? Is this hot cocoa? What is these cans? Why are they this texture? I had to go to the academy today, but I decided to stay home. There is no possibility to find out if Kaya is okay or not. Keep calm, keep yourself in hand. Need to put everything back in its place. But all of the facts converge. I don't remember how and when I messed up my uniform. Are Aoi and the truth really inside of me? Do we only own one uniform? That doesn't seem hygienic even without the blood. I mean, it would get sweaty. What, do you have to wash it every day? But how could this happen? She was talking about someone who took her body. Just what is this nonsense? Okay, here's the question. The person who took her body obviously is still staying in contact with us and knows where we live. So, what are they doing? Heck, is the person who took our body knew how fucked up our sister was, and then we're going to be in our sister's body, and then our sister's soul will fade into oblivion, and then the person who stole our body will then be living in our body here as our sister? Like, is the Aku Aku mask that possessed our old body going to, like, just live in our body as our sister, us, me, as I'm then in the body of my... I refuse to believe it. But I've imagined for a moment that this is true. So my sister is now angry with me because her memories have returned to her. And probably she's feeling extremely bad right now. That's an understatement. I must go back and talk to her. What, are we going to take some melatonin and go to bed? Are we going to drink like too much hot cocoa? I glanced at my watch. It was still noon. Oh, how much more time until the evening. I can't sleep soon, but during this time, Aoi completely start to hate me. She did seem like the process of time was still passing, even though she was not in control of the body. I can't allow this to happen. I need to stretch at least until 7 in the evening. And there I can fall asleep. We need to figure out some way to wash the uniform. Also, here's the question. Is our sister, is Aoi going to, fade into nothing because she's not emotionally strong enough to endure the abyss because of the trauma? And then we're going to be left alone. But then also we're going to be, found out that we killed people, or our sister in our body killed Kaya, and then we are going to be admitted to the hospital. Maybe they'll think we're May, or maybe they'll think we're Aoi. Maybe they'll think we're Aoi. And so they'll think we were the person who was in the mental hospital years ago. And so we're getting admitted as our sister. God, what am I saying? Do I really believe in all this nonsense about the exchange of bodies? What a desperate situation I have. All day I was looking for something to do. I watched TV, read a book, cook dinner. Maybe clean the bloody uniform, since apparently you only own one. Finally, evening came. I had the dinner I cooked before I washed and got ready for sleep. I decided to sleep in Aoi's room again today. Despite the calmness my sister's room gave me, the dream did not come. I lain in for a whole hour, but I could not fall asleep. I started to get nervous more and more. I wanted to see Aoi as soon as possible. Out of the blue, I remembered that we had a heavy sleeping pill. Sister used it when she suffered from insomnia. Rummaging in the nightstand, I found it. I'm already familiar with the instructions for use, and therefore, without thinking twice, I took one pill, washed it down with water, and lay back on the bed. Okay. It didn't take long to kick in. After a couple of minutes, my eyes began to close as my mind more and more plunged into the darkness. What the fuck is in that sleeping pill? It couldn't just be melatonin. Melatonin shouldn't... I mean, hell, what do you mean by didn't take long? How long? What dosage? Aoi. Sis, I'm here. I came to you. Well, I mean, you don't look completely hateful. I was kind of either expecting you to be the blank stare we had at the start, or the PTS thing from the flashback, or just very, very angry face. Instead, I feel like the jump scare is strong with this one. We're in a false sense of security. Something's about to happen that'll be very spoopy. Yes, I mispronounced it on purpose to be funny. Spooky. So, yeah. I know that is very difficult for you now, because so much has fallen on you. But please, listen to me. It doesn't matter now. What? Why? I will disappear soon. I will die, May. Just cease to exist. I feel like I'm losing myself, dissolving in you more and more. Soon I will cease to be myself. I will disappear. I don't want it. Save me, sis. What? But how? What should I do? I don't know. If nothing is done, then we'll never be together. I don't want it. Are you not angry at me? No. I think no. If I have to hate someone, only myself. Only because of my nothingness and weakness, everything is so bad. You thought I was unfeeling. But in the dream, I was different. I was haunted by nightmares. But now I understand all these nightmares were from the lies. I lied to myself and you. I believed that I would change. I was afraid to be an adult. It depressed me. I have always been naive, lazy, and deceitful. I tried to find the truth in you, but finally I got it. Truth was inside of me. Now it's nothing but a laugh for me. All of this is now meaningless because I will die soon. Perhaps I have seen you for the last time, May. I love you, sister. Owie! No! Owie! I woke up in a cold sweat. My heart was pounding. I didn't understand what was happening. Owie, my sister. No. I need to see her again. I must save her. I don't understand what is happening. But I feel that Owie needs me. I took another sleeping pill. I need to fall asleep again as quickly as possible. I don't know if that's healthy. Wait for me, sis. I lay here and imagine how I can see Owie again. But the sleeping pill didn't work. What to do? I drank another sleep... We're gonna die! But did not get the desired effect. I have to come for my Owie. I got angry and chugged... Fuck. I got angry and chugged down the whole pack at once. Darkness started to creep in from the outskirts of my eyes. I mean, I already felt taking the extra pill was very unsafe, let alone... Heck, the first pill, maybe we should have been more mindful of, caution. Third pill, okay. I already had very strong concerns. Chugged down the whole pack. Honestly, depending on what it is, I mean, if it's just melatonin, maybe you're fine. But I don't know what's in these pills. And a whole pack. There's a lot of different types of sleeping pills that much of that kind of thing, that will kill you. If not cause permanent brain damage. Or both. What am I doing? It may be dangerous. You think? Dosages are important for a reason. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's in these pills. I mean, if it's just pure melatonin, maybe you're fine. It'll probably still make you a bit nauseous and maybe some fucked up dreams or something, but it shouldn't kill you. But there's plenty of other things that are sleeping pills that, a moderate overdose still has a chance of killing you, let alone severe brain damage or neurological conditions or even causing psychosis. But a whole lot, I mean, there's a lot of different substances that you take that much, it's basically guaranteed you're going to die. Even if you already called 911 before taking this shit, there's a chance that the doctors wouldn't even be able to save your ass. This isn't just an issue of maybe dangerous, but it's a very high probability that this is lethal, that this is deadly what you're doing. But I'm ready for anything for my sister. But at this point, given especially the backstory we have at this point, I don't feel this is love. I feel this is obsession. Maybe a bit of dependency, but still it's not exactly benevolent. My neck was itchy. But yeah, real life people, don't do this. It will probably kill you. The world around me swam. I tried to get out of bed, but I didn't keep my balance and fell to the floor. It wasn't necessary to do this. Need to call the ambulance. Yes! But it was too late. My eyes slowly but surely closed as my mind grew cloudy. Yeah, I would say in this situation, if it was possible to do so, you should call 911. All the surrounding sounds were replaced with sounds of my heart, but soon they too subsided. So I fall into the darkness. May, what have you done? Forgive me, Owie. The thought of losing you was driving me crazy. I still can't understand whether this is all real. Maybe it's just a dream? No, May, everything is real. You are dying too. Huh, what a pity. It's hard for me to talk, to think. Let's just stay together while we have time. Don't be silent, May. Sister, talk to me. May. Hi, other me. Her time is running out. Why is your hair white? Why is this all darkened? Obviously, it makes a differentiation between the two of us, but I have a question. Was I really not taking care of myself? Like, was... IRL me, just this unkempt, and we were just like imagining ourselves in the mirror as, with somewhat combed hair that isn't like devoid of color and very pale. So I guess thank you for still being around. Okay. Do something, save her, I beg you. It will not be easy. I'm ready to give everything to save her. Everything, but you have not much left. So you won't help me? I didn't say that. Owie, are you ready to give the last thing you have in return for saving your sister? I'm ready, but I still can't understand what I can offer you. Your soul. Okay, Xiao Sung. That will be enough. But you will never see your sister again. It does not matter if we are not destined to be together. So be it. Having lost my body, I lost everything, and soon I will lose my life. I think it's not so scary to give my soul away. You're wrong, but in your case, the truth is, the choice is insignificant. Hurry up, take my soul and save May. As you wish. Okay. Owie. Okay. Patient number 256. May Takanashi, suspected of murder. There is suspicion of a split personality. Tried to commit suicide. No, I am not crazy. It's all her fault. She fooled my little sister, Owie. She made her do it. According to our database, you have never had a sister, Miss Takanashi. What? It can't be. You're lying to me. Owie has disappeared. She was kidnapped. Who kidnapped her? She. Who is she? I don't know. She is something dark, evil. She eats human suffering, offers help to the desperate, and then deceives, takes everything from them. I feel like you're not helping your case on the whole we're not crazy thing. Also, again, here's the question. Did the other person exist? Did Kaya exist? Did our sister ever actually exist? How did our parents die? Enough. I'm already tired of listening to your fabrications. This is absurd. Tell everything the way it really was. Tell me the truth. It's all true, I swear. Enough. Take her to the isolator. The isolator? No, please don't. I will say everything you want to hear. Good. Start saying. Me and Kaya, we were very close. We repeatedly slept in the same bed. That night, she didn't let me in. She said it would be better. She said that we can do something about which we would both then regret. Okay. And in her eyes was fear. She was afraid of me. I didn't know what to do. For a long time, I couldn't fall asleep that night. And then those nightmares. Nightmares? Yes, I dreamed how I I throw her on the floor, tore off her clothes. She screams a lot, out and so loud. She asks why I'm doing this. I don't stop. She starts screaming even louder. I beat her face. Well, that's not very nice at all. I continue to tear at her clothes, tearing them into pieces until Kaya is completely naked, completely defenseless. I begin to rape her. She resists with all her might. I beat her until she just stops moving. She has blood, a lot of blood. A knife in my hands. Where did we get the knife? Why did we have a knife? I don't know where it came from. I mean, I guess that tracks. But it was a dream, just a nightmare. No, it was not a dream. You brutally killed Kaya Akiko, but even that was not enough for you. Okay, but where did this take place? Was the ghost we were seeing was it dead? Was it the spirit of Kaya? Was that what we were saying? Were we in the hospital the whole time? Was it split personality? I don't know. Was the other person ever real? Did we ever really have a sister? Did the ghost have the ability to bend the fucking fabric of space-time? Are we having like a Mandela effect where like reality has changed? Even after her heart stopped, you continued to disfigure her body. Now here's the question. Where is this floor? Is it the floor of the room? Because we're like, she was in her room. Like, so the whole thing where we stole a briefcase or like killed her in the middle of a classroom. Was that... Did that ever happen? What was the thing going on with the teacher? You beat, dismembered it, played with the entrails, and then just left her at the academy like that. Now I will tell you how it really was. You are a sick and cruel psychopath with a split personality. Where are we? Like, what is this background? Is that a TV? What is this? After the death of your parents, you invented yourself a younger sister so as to not feel lonely. Then, at the academy, you met Kaya. Romantic relations arise between you, but only your second self does not accept it. You stop controlling the situation. You stop distinguishing where you are and where your imaginary sister is. And then you kill Kaya. In fear of what you have done, you erase your memory and invent a story about a missing sister. After some time, you are completely entangled in your fairy tales and decide to commit suicide by taking a huge portion of medicaments? Shouldn't that just be medications? Or medicines? Fortunately, the police investigated the case of Kaya, found you, and called an ambulance. No, this is all a lie. Take her away. To be fair, the doctor's version of things is more plausible than the Crash Bandicoot. Ending or not? What do you mean the end? Question mark. The only choice I had was if I had sandwiches or omelets. Would this have changed differently if I had omelets? Oh. Okay. I'm alone here. This is a very terrible bed. So, not very well cleanly. Okay. Who is there? Whoever it is, I have to remind you, visiting hours are over. Are you Kaya? Who are you?
We are Ava, Clear, and Eternity. Okay. Who is... Okay. Oh, I got all achievements. Okay, so if I had picked loud, great music,